What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? Money Mitch is back and ready to get after the money here, guys. It's another great day. Trade the pool. You know where you're at. The P. We're at the pool, ready to make some money. And look at the SPY. SPY says, forget your down day. We're going right back up. Let's take a look at the Qs here. Qs are getting that spike, of course. CPI was the focus today. Let's talk all about the CPI report. Of course, the initial reaction here, you guys are seeing it. 8:30 came in. We got a little of a trickle down and then a quick spike right back to the upside. Let's talk all about the action here as we're getting CPI and what really came in, right? We need to dive into the report. Of course, you know Money Mitch tries to give you guys the actual outlook. And if you guys haven't done this before, let me go ahead and share it with you guys. I'm going to throw up a link here in the chat. This is where you actually get the information. You don't worry about the news. You worry about the actual link from, of course, the BLS. Let's go ahead and do that. And then, like always, all you got to do is just use your local Gemini, right? Let's go ahead. Let's talk all about that. Let's do that. Let's do that example live right here, right? So let's jump in, Mitch. You go ahead and say quick, full summary. Boom. Put in the results, right? Get that in there. And copied it wrong there. But let's go ahead. Hit it. Hit the enter. This is how easy it can be to actually give you real results and fast action summaries. This is what you can be doing, right? I want to walk you through this because this is how I would do it, guys. Right here, because this goes ahead and then lets us know exactly what we need to be focusing on. Right now, you see it here in July of 2026, consumer price index rose 0.1, bringing the 12-month unadjusted inflation rate to a slightly 3.4. Core CPI, the focus, right? Because that excludes energy and then excludes food. It increased 0.2 over the month. That actually shows some increase in inflation, because we can't blame it on oil and we can't blame it on food, right? Then you take a look inside of the hood, right? You look at the primary factors here and the driver, right? And you can see it there. You're starting to see a rebound from June. You're starting to see different action here. You're seeing a nice little increase all around. Falling fuel prices actually drove the monthly decline. So really where we're seeing the action is up here, right? And I think that's something to look at. Shelter is one thing that also kind of keeping an eye on. Renter and owner equivalent rent rose 0.3%, though lodging away from the home fell 2.8%. Gasoline falling here. Grocery prices dropping. Airline fares, though, really kicking off here, guys. Notable increase. Look at this airline increase, 25.5% year over year. So we're seeing the increase there. That's definitely something that's shown up as a nice big driver of inflation right now. Other than that, I don't think there's too much here that we can do takeaways. And that's why the market is reacting the way it is right now. So then you go and you take a look at that and you see at the action, right? A quick spike down was the scare move. Now we're getting the rise as the market actually looked at that as a good news, right? Because the truth is, we didn't see this expected huge liftoff in the energy price, right? Because the CPI is taken in the past, right? When was CPI taken exactly to knowing where the crude price was to seeing that inflation? Well, there you guys have it. Not really weighing in on things right now, this moment. And the SPY continuing to go higher here. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, so let's go ahead. We'll kick things off. We're going to go to first, of course, the playbook. Then we'll kick off with some more action here. Of course, if you guys don't know what the playbook is where I give you guys stocks every single day, stocks that you guys can be trading. These have been really great this week, so let's keep the party going with today's playbook action. All right, let's get to the action here on the playbook. As you guys can see here, long TLN, the IP throwback and recovery look here. Talon Energy executed a clean throwback here. Let's take a look at TLN. Of course, TLN is in the independent power producer space. And what's a name that I gave you guys just earlier this week on the playbook? It was CEG. Right? And CEG up there to the 284s this moment. We were looking to see, would it break this trend line, get into the 280s? And look at it now, up there towards 285s and continuing to climb. I gave you guys this name on Monday. That was around the 272 level. Now we're trading 285 right here on the playbook. This is why you guys come over. This is what it's all about, right? All right, we'll see the action there. Of course, this is a executed clean throwback look, and a recovery above the 350s for Talon could be a big move. So that's TLN, of course. This trades with what? This trades because it has AWS on its side, right? So we'll look to see what happens here. Of course, as the AI data center power demand reasserts itself and Talon offers an immediate structural rebound setup. We'll see if this one can make the move. Another name that I've given you guys here for longer term has been Airbnb. And the party doesn't stop at Airbnb now. I've talked about this since the 140s. It's now trading 184, almost 85, and just recently traded up as high as 187. So that's an over 30% trade given to you guys right here on Trade the Pool. Now look at that action there as this continues to go higher. This is one that I'll be looking for any type of weakness pullbacks to kind of jump in on the party. Right now the strength is really high and the post-earnings path to all-time highs is open. We'll see if it can get there. Of course, all the investors that hung out for 3 years are about to be happy in Airbnb as it's starting to rise and could get back over that opening IPO spike. Is this how SpaceX will go? That would be my question to the chat. I think this is a pure example of how I think SpaceX can go, right? Where you get the little pop, you get the little bit of a drop, right? Then you get the trickle up, sideways action. But how long will it take? Will it be like Airbnb where it took 3 years to really see the spike? Things to think about, right? All right, let's continue going. Let's go to a trade that I've been giving you guys since Monday, which is the annual trade of DraftKings, the NFL preseason trade. Guess what? The preseason starts tomorrow, and DraftKings has already pushed into this move, closing at 25.34, validating the annual NFL preseason seasonal setup here. As you guys know, I'm a degenerate gambler and trying to get after it. And hey, well, there's DraftKings going higher 3 days in a row. Now we'll look to see, can it continue the party and just rip higher? I think this is a buy the rumor, sell the news event. So at this point, I'm ready to go ahead and try to ride the momentum and sell into the bigger move. All right, guys, we'll talk a little bit more about the action. We'll keep the party going out there. Now it's time to get you guys over to the Sunrise Report. Of course, the Sunrise Report is where we give you guys what stocks are moving and why out there. So, hey, guys, in the chat, what is your top moving stock out there? I want to catch up some comments in the chat. So you guys out there, go ahead and hit those stocks. All right, let's get into the Sunrise Report. We're going to do a quick one here because it's already 9:04. We'll get our traders on and talk about some real trading action, but just want to make sure that at least we highlight the important conversation this morning. Of course, July CPI landed exactly on the consensus as it at 3.4 and headline 2.5. The tape did almost nothing with it, a slight tick down and then a quick rip back to the upside. We'll look to see what happens as Brent is back near $90 as there's fresh Red Sea attacks. It seems to me like the oil is really telling us something and telling us that we got to prepare ourselves for potentially oil back above 100. Yes, that could be on the line here, guys. We'll see what happens as the strait stays shut and shipping lanes get worse. All right, let's continue out of that. Let's talk a little bit about some micro news out there. CoreWeave is definitely the highlight stock right? You guys have seen this probably already. Look at the liftoff in CoreWeave, up 17%, up to 105.99. Q2 revenues of 2.58 billion grew 112% year over year, cleared the 2.56 billion consensus with adjusted loss at $1.03 per share against $1.22 expected. The number that moved it was the backlog, 104.2 billion, including 103.7 billion remaining performance obligation, nearly doubling the November figure, plus 25 billion plus of additional commitments secured in early Q3. Full year revenue guidance went from 12.4 and 13.2 billion, and Q3 now up to 3.4 and 3.6 billion, right? So great action there. Revenue guidance going higher. Everything looking good underneath the hood here as we see this push. Now the CapEx was raised roughly 12%, but as you can see, CapEx isn't everything. Like I always say, it's about if you're making money. No one cares if you're spending money if you're making that much more, right? That's all that matters, the margins. Right? Once margins decline, that's when the concern comes, oh, well, why are you spending? But if your margins are increasing, what's the worry, right? All right, let's continue going out there. We'll talk a little bit more about the action with our traders. There's also super microcomputers. Yes, let's throw up. It's up 8.9%. I don't know how. I don't know if I can trust these numbers. We also have Nebulous up 7.9%. There's lots of stocks that have come in here with earnings, so we'll touch a little bit of these throughout the show. I'll make sure to get to it, but let's go ahead and let's bring on our traders, talk about the action. Let's go ahead. I see my man Michael Noss ready to get after it. Let's bring on the quant, the man himself, Michael Noss. What's going on, man? How are we doing this morning?
Oh, we're doing great, right? Gold dripping. You were talking about the earnings, so we can just use that to do CoreWeave. We did a whole. We should have clipped that. I hope we clipped that. The explainer on the put sales into earnings looks like that's going to be just a pure winner. So I'll take that all day. So now I think I'm 21 for 21, which is this is again. I'll say it every time. I know my day is coming. You don't have a 90+% win rate strategy without getting absolutely clapped periodically.
If anything,
CoreWeave just ripped.
If anything, maybe you find a spot in the earnings calendar, right, where you're saying, I pull this strategy off, right? And then maybe go right back at it next quarter, right? Because I think a part of this also could be the type of companies that report in the beginning part of the quarter, right? Of the earnings. Because as you get further into earnings, you start going into those smaller names, right? And you've been doing these with kind of higher quality names. And I think that's also a big factor that's playing in.
And you have to. And that's a good thing to point out and kind of remind people is that for this to work, there needs to be a liquid options market in what you're trading, right? So,
Big plus.
Country bumpkin, small cap, nobody.
You don't want to do that, dude.
Right. Even if it has options, the options might be, incredibly illiquid. So I need to be able to get filled. And one way to test that is just look at the bid-ask spread. If the bid-ask spread is like a penny to 5 pennies, then it's a pretty liquid option. Sometimes you look at these things and they're like, 50-cent wide option spread, which is just nuts because you'll get filled on the way in pretty much always. It's the question is, will you get filled on the way out at the price you want? So that's one of the beauties of it. There's kind of this natural buffering mechanism, I guess, where, if I look at the earnings, and this is, again, another beautiful use of AI, it prints out this report an hour until the close and says, here's ones to look at. And that's one thing to look for is liquid options markets, because you're looking for, you're the insurance salesman, right? And that's the best quote that I can use is that I am the insurance company and I am selling insurance to other people. And 90% of the time, the house won't burn down. Every now and then, the house will burn down and I will have to pay out a ton of money when that happens. And, so if CoreWeave dropped to 50 instead of ripping to 100, I would have to own CoreWeave at like 65. And I'd have to go, okay, well, now I got to figure out, I've owned, I own 1,000 shares of this company that's like $10 out of the money. So I'm like down 10 G's on the trade. What do I do? I either just sell it there and take the hit, or sell call. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can do, but yeah, it becomes the moment where eventually it's your problem. The other thing that you mentioned, I think that's really interesting, is gold. A bit in chat we were talking about this yesterday. I don't know. Get over to my screen here.
I got you right now. Just give me 1 second here. I was just trying to locate yours. If you see it, you can click on it.
I'm doing a share there. I located mine.
No.
It's just not popping
I'm just trying to
up.
get your scene here on the left-hand side. I got you, man. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, cool.
Money Mitch in the producer chair a little bit today. Our producer's having some issues.
Okay.
So.
I wish them the best. But yeah, the main thing we were looking at here with gold is just it was in a downtrend for a long time and had that parabolic run a year ago. And then it's been kind of grinding lower ever since. Jane was on talking about gold, and I was talking about the seasonality aspect and Diwali and all these things that are happening. And it looks like whatever CPI report took place, gold is looking good as well. Now, it's a bit overextended. However, there's a big difference to note when it comes to commodities versus just regular stocks, where, if you study commodities at all, they do not care about overextended. These things will trend for incredibly long periods of time. And, you just got to be cool with just, holding on for them. And this is why most people who trade commodities will use some form of a trailing stop mechanism. Because if you just look at what happened last time, right? Last time we really kind of broke out and had this parabolic run. Trying to pick a top would have almost certainly had you leaving a bunch on the table. And it's different, again, from stocks, where these trends do exist in stocks, but they're just way more rare. So I'm planning on doing the same thing, right? The seasonality aspect has me holding until February, where that's, just when this kind of works out. However, I'm going to be trying to, put some sort of trailing stop, at least half the position, because it's, I'm up like 10% on, or over 10% on gold. It's, when you get moves like that on stocks or things that don't move very much, you kind of always get itching for a little bit of a sell there. So into just looking at, overall market trends, right? SMH is ripping. It's probably the core weave and a lot of those earnings that had last time. But the SPY is still inside yesterday's range, but it's getting close. I'm going to delete this one. And right, this is the range we've been talking about for a dog's age, right? If we go, let's do like a 30-minute chart. It's better. We had that rip last week or the week before, and then ever since then, we've just been completely range bound in this market. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Earnings are being digested, all this kind of stuff, but we're not moving too much outside of this range until we get that push. Now, today might be it. And not just because the number was good, but more of like a big sigh of relief that the number was not bad. It wasn't anything that was going to tank us. We had some earnings that were interesting, but again, mostly we're looking at economic reports at this point. Nobody cares about the war anymore. It seems oil is moving, but it's not affecting underlying stocks the way it was when things just got started. So I'm very excited. The first area that I'm watching here on the SPY is just going to be this. It's one of these. This area is so obvious that I don't know if it will work. Like, anybody out there who looks at charts at all says, man, every time we get to 775, we seem to have just a brick wall in our face there. So through 775 would be the first really like kind of trend following breakout, nice looking trade there. And then above that, we've got 776.5, and that's our all-time high. So through that would be great. What we need, and what is working today, is you see how much closer Q's is to this range. Still on the long-term chart, underperforming, but it's getting really close to this range. And it's getting to that point where this is the missing piece of the pie. Right? If you look at like finance, XLF, if you look at XLV, if you look at biotechs, there's been a lot of sectors that have been really, really strong. And we've just been dragging this anchor of large cap tech. So if large cap tech can really get going here, that is the last thing that we need, I think, in order to complete a breakout of this base. Now, as much as I complain about it, it's been like 5 days. After a huge rip that we had like this, 5 days of chilling out is both normal and healthy. We just, as the degenerate bull market guy, I just want to see a nice clean break through that zone, and it's just not happening just yet. So we need to get through there just a little bit, and that is, I think, the thing that's on watch for everyone out there who's a technician. It's just these two levels. You could even draw this as one big zone. If we can just crack through that today, some sort of good news hits, we get a happy Trump this morning instead of an angry Trump, I think that would be a big deal. And we look for that particular breakout. Someone was mentioning XLB, and yeah, I wanted to comment on that as well, because we did chat about this a little bit yesterday. Got right up to that prior high, pulled back just a little bit, and then it looks like it's moving, but I just wanted to show that this chart, each of these are 30-minute candles. So this hasn't really traded yet, so I don't put much onus on what this is doing. But that's another area that I'm looking for a breakout. It won't be a market moving one because it's not a huge sector in the underlying market, but XLB is our basic materials, so that is generally a good health of the economy, strength of everything that's going on style of things. So I just really want to focus on that, because if we get that move, then we get that kind of, deep breath, go ahead. Everything is looking fine. But yeah, just that's it. It's hard to do a lot of technical analysis when things are range bound, but we are getting very close to the range. We're looking very positive. We just need like a not fall apart today. So if anyone has the White House, is that a big red phone still, or is that Batman that I'm thinking about, and can just like say, hey man, we're really close to a breakout. Can you just wake up, say some nice things, just do some like not angry tweets today? Hey, we can hit those all-time highs. We can be great.
I agree. It's something that we need to see. And it really, I mean, I don't think it even matters here. I think the only thing that really can throw the wrench is the oil price higher, right? So I think that's one of the major things that we need to be looking at. Let's go to Jane and see how she's seeing the market, where the levels that she's seeing, and what she's seeing out there, of course. She always gives us a look into the big levels. What are you seeing, Jane?
Well, I am seeing that the market is still bullish overall, and we've got the dollar dropping and commodities rising, the stock market rising. So right now I'm pretty much a bull on markets, broader markets, the commodities, and shorting the dollar for those that like to trade Forex. Never traded it myself. But right now we are seeing that the indexes, the SPY is 65% short volume. The Q's 66% short volume. The Russell still the leader for going long, in my opinion. Let's pull that up here. With 76% short on the Russell. So looking at that, that's going to give us a nice catalyst to, at all-time highs, continue moving higher. So I like the Russell as the strong leader and the Dow as that weak laggard. If we were to go short, I'd say go short the Dow first, but right now we're in a bullish momentum. So I'm not saying go short, although everybody else is thinking, oh, I must go short. With the Russell, that bigger money is down at 295.82 over here. So we have a lot of strength. We have a nice impulse move up, retracement. We're getting ready for that third leg higher, right? So 289 up to 302. Let's call that, what, 23 points? 13 points. 13 points. So I'm looking for 315-ish, 313, 315-ish for our new high on the Russell. I'd say we're going to hit 776 on the SPY. Now, a chart that I love, absolutely love, is Tesla right now. Why? We are in this gap fill mode from earnings. 2 days down, we are filling that gap. We have some clear skies above us right here. I think we could easily move on up to that 350 target zone. Now, if you guys like the juice, like the crow, right, you could go to TSLL. That double leverage. Now, there might even be a triple leverage, but I am looking at Tesla today for that squeeze. We do have some amazing earnings that are out there. We've got CoreWeave, we've got H&R Block, and Light, which is going to be that lower float, like DFNS, that has that major move. It has only 75 million in the float. So looking at Light post earnings, bigger money is down at 819.96. Now this is a pricier stock, but this one does have the ability to squeeze. You can see we've got nice momentum, potentially up to that 900. We're testing the former resistance zone over here. Next level after that would be 920. We can break the 920. We're looking at 950 potentially today with some good juice, some good names getting into it. So right now, I am liking the market long today. I will always tell you when I'm thinking, hey, be cautious. Today, I'm liking it. I like the fact that we retrace with the CPI numbers. It didn't seem to really affect the market too much. And oil, in my opinion, is directly related to the dollar. All of the dollar are showing dollar ETFs, the bullish dollar ETFs, sorry, UUP. The dollar ETFs and the dollar index over here are all showing me that they are dropping it. They are selling the dollar. I'm getting bear signals on the dollar, which tends to actually be really good for the market and for the commodities. And silver, you guys know I like to check the inverse indicator for silver, ZSL. I got that we were dropping to new lows. We'd broken out of a channel before. Again, I'm going to reiterate this. If we go below 20 on ZSL, we are going to see all-time highs for the silver market. So keep your eyes on that. We are in a nice downward trend right now. They sold it up here at 31.43. So definitely watching silver and gold in relation to the dollar. Yesterday was a bit of a pause because they had readjusted. I wanted to let you know as well. It was with SPCX. I was full on bull yesterday. They have changed their positioning. However, it is still below. That bigger money is at 132.94. So if we go below that, we might see a bigger move back down to the 110 range before we rebound up again. So that's what I'm seeing right now in the market. Those are the names that I'm watching. What do you all think about that?
Well, it's time to see what happens out there, right? I think that we're going to be looking to see what's going on out there, right? What we can get into. I'm going to be watching to see if we can just continue the party higher, right? I mean, what we're riding is essentially a momentum wave higher, right? I talked about this, how we were going out of a sideways period of the mean reversion trade to a trend trade. And that's exactly what we've done, right? And the great part is we mentioned that when at 739 on the SPY, where I think a lot of people are probably mentioning that trade here at 770, right? So it's always about being early to these trend trades, because imagine if you got entries back then, right? Because then now you're just either adding or riding the wave, right? So now what really needs to happen is you're looking for pullbacks, but you're not getting many, right? Like even yesterday's pullback was very small. And look at the 9 EMA. Right, the 9 EMA is not getting touched, right? So that's one thing that I'm continuing to look. I'm hoping that we can get a pullback day that actually brings us to that. But for the right now, the time being is the market saying, well, I don't want to give you a chance to come in, right? Because if you pull back, I know you want to buy, right? I know there's buyers out there, right? So they do the opposite. They run away. And they squeeze shorts, and they make you chase. And that's when they do the rug pull, right? And it's not going to be saying that it's going to come down here again, but at some point we could expect that pullback. How are you looking at things, Michael? Or do you think that we can just continue riding this wave higher? How are you playing it here? You looking for pullbacks, especially on your swing trading systems, right? Not so much day trading, but how are you thinking about it in your swings?
Yeah, I'm waiting for price confirmation. I think is the best way to put it. Is that
Okay.
we got the only news event that we really even care about this week out of the way. So it's one of those moments that if this can't do it, what can? And I just think the news is so desensitized that if Trump comes out again and goes, oh yeah, the war's over, it might drop oil a couple ticks. It may You know, it may push us up a little bit, but it's just we're not going to get that excitement after the 85th time of this war being over. So, you know, it's like when you're stuck in these ranges, generally speaking, you need a catalyst just to boot it. And, you know, the only thing you can look for is the catalysts that are on the tape, the ones that are ready to go and saying, yes, this is a catalyst that we're looking for. All of those are done until NVIDIA earnings, which is still like a week or so away. That's like the last big earnings that we care about. These guys report so late. When is it here? It is the 26th. So yeah, still a long way to go. And until then, it's like, do we just hit the top of this range and muddle about for a bit? I just don't know. I hope this news is enough to get it started. And we'll notice that, I think, pretty early in the day. Like when the liquidity comes in, if we start to see like that buy program type activity that we show you guys, where it's just, you know, 2-minute candle after 2-minute candle, just up, 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 then I think it's good. Off to the races, probably new all-time high coming. If not, I don't think we collapse or anything, because there's nothing bad coming out, and it's you know, bull flags are nice, you know, positive things, but we just might not have the real gumption to kind of get us through that area. Let me go. I think my chart share is weird. Give me a second here. Go from there. Stop sharing.
All right,
screen.
guys, let's go ahead. Let's talk a little bit about our predictions challenge today. We have another one here for you guys. Let's go over to it. Let's do Cisco. Cisco, guys. Of course, guys, fill it out. Get after it, guys. Let's do it right here. I'll do it live with you guys. You guys go ahead and click the link in the chat and do it with me, right? We'll throw it up there in the chat there, guys. Trade the pool prediction. We're looking at Cisco chart, right? And so if you look at Cisco, one thing that I would say is you're really close to all-time highs, right? So my bet, get it close there, but don't break it, right? So I'll bet somewhere in like kind of the 128s. Let's go ahead and bet into the 128s there. So let's do like 128.90 there. That'll be my prediction there.
Do we know who won CoreWeave?
Closer to it.
Do we have the link for that?
Right
Do
here.
we have the link for that, Mitch, to put in the chat so I can also do it.
There we go.
Yes.
And everybody else can too.
I will definitely throw it up myself here. There it is in the chat there. You guys can be able to click that link in the chat. There we are. And so here's the CoreWeave winner. Predicted 170 and off by 0 cents. What? Take you to Vegas. I don't know who you are, Sabin, but come on over, because we're going to Vegas. Off by 0 cents there on an earnings predicted challenge, 5 p.m. print.
That's
170
amazing.
Right on the hammer. So definitely check it out, guys. Take a look into the leaderboard, right? We're doing these all the time, guys. You can definitely take a look at them, right? You can see past winners.
I feel like if they're off by 0 cents, it should be an extra, a larger one, because that's pretty hard to do.
I agree. You are the Hall of Fame winner, and we got to have a Hall of Fame on this challenge, right? We're going to create a Hall of Fame for anybody that can get that exact price, because you deserve a nice recognition there. Great job, and definitely prediction submitted. Did you get your prediction submitted? Submit it right now. Let's go. All right, let's keep going, guys. I'll give you guys the best setup going into the market for me today. I haven't given it to you yet, so this is a bonus one. Go ahead and smash that like for some bonus, and let's take a look at what's driving us into the day. All right, what's driving us into the day? Of course, we got CPI that came in, and it came in pretty much in line, right? And so the SPY did a quick tick down and now recovering to the upside. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for tech names that still haven't gone. Well, here's a clear example one here in Micron. Look at the nice pattern that we're seeing here. I have it drawn out a little bit better on my other charting above us. So let's go ahead and let's just take a look at that one so I can show you the pattern here. Right? To me, this looks like a nice little flagging action. It held the 50% retracement. That's this green line, right? 50% retracements are awesome to see, right? Especially when it can hold between 50 and the 61, which is, of course, your golden mean. So somewhere in between there is always my sweet spot. This is holding really well and coming back up towards a potential break back to the upside. Are we just seeing a flag pattern on the weekly? Right? The weekly to me looks exactly like a flag pattern and ready to get going. Now it needs to start holding these lows, right around that 860 spot and start to climb back over to the left here. Let's see if we get above that 928. Let's see if Micron is your top bet there, and look at the action right as we start the day. Don't say I never give you guys anything.
Ding, ding, ding.
All right, let's get to the action. Open. DraftKings up 2.3%. That's going to be the first one that I'll be focusing on. Let's go make some money.
Let's do it.
0.05. Yeah, so that, damn, that's awesome. That core we've put, it's trading at essentially zero right now. So I've just got my bid to get out of that. You don't hold on to those.
Alert there, Symbiotic. Symbiotic, a really nice trade I'm watching on here for a reversal.
That was a good one. I'll take that. So that was like a near 100% gainer right off the jump.
Getting a quick pullback here in Gilead.
Problem is the buying power outlay for the money made. Like 100% gainer is one way to do it, but the other way to say it is I made like 1% on the capital outlay overlay. But man, if you can average.
But if you can do 1% every day, that's 72 times your money in a year.
Yeah. So that's why I always remind people, my day is coming. It's coming. And I'm going to go, well, what do I do with this stock that I now own?
Well, that's why you do it with larger names that you want to own.
Right. And at prices, I think is the main thing too. At prices that you would be okay if somebody dumped this in your wallet, you'd go, okay.
Yeah. At a discounted price, at a nice sales price.
PLN up there towards 372, continuing the push that was on the playbook, starting to get the drive. I'll look for that to continue showing some strength. Today I'm seeing basic materials, technology up, industrials up. On the downside, healthcare, defensive, cyclicals, and energy on the downside, at least to start the day here. We'll look to see what holds in here. Tech and basic materials seem to be holding in well. So if you're looking at those names, silver, rocking and rolling today. Copper, gold. Copper cut me out yesterday. Today, it's waking back up. Let's see if it comes right back into the green here today, as it was red yesterday, but coming right back into play.
So looking at the Qs and the SPY, we came kind of right up to those levels that we talked about, and we bumped our head. And so far, a couple minutes into the day, of course, but so far we are falling right back down. So the SPY, we talked about this area at 775, right? Hit it. The high today was 774.87. So right to that print again, and so far just kind of bleeding back down. So we have to watch this pretty closely. I don't like where that sell happened, but it could just be, obviously, right, 3 minutes in the day. It could just be a short-term little mean reversion type of move, and then we end up ripping from there. But yeah, we got to watch that. So if we get back through that price, I think that's our bull signal. That might be where I just put on like a discretionary buy some TQQQ or something like that. If we get kind of down to that level and then just rip and pop right through, then that kind of red to green action, getting back through the open price, getting back through that high, I think there's a trade to be had there. So I'm going to watch that one, and maybe that will take us. But it's just been hard going. It's been hard going to try to get through the 775 area on the SPY.
I think we're going to hit it this week, though, 776.
Well, if we do that, then we might as well just crack. At that point, you think we're going to hit the all-time high. And if we get there, it's like, okay, we're right there. It just take us to that all-time high at that point.
Mm-hmm.
What What is a KTB? Why do I own it? This is the problem with being like a systems trader. I look at that and I go, oh, KTB is up 12% today, and I own it. That's good. What is it? Where'd I buy it?
Oh.
What's the game plan? Oh, that's a pretty nice looking chart. Not gonna lie.
Red to green there on DraftKings, doing really well.
Yeah, not a lot of volume, but
DraftKings,
yeah,
baby.
looks like I bought KTB yesterday, and I just looked down at my account and I go, oh, that's fun. I don't know. I got to go look up what was the game plan for this again.
All right, guys, looking around. How's CoreWeave reacting here? That's holding up there. That's good signs now. Micron first action 920s. I was watching this last night. I just didn't have the buying power. So it's kind of one of those frustrating trades. Remember, I even took this trade yesterday a little bit because I was looking for the break above this trend line. It's holding really well. I think we got to make one attempt back here towards the 900 though. That would be the better entry for me. Below 900s today. Are they going to give us that opportunity? We'll have to wait and find out. I think you watch SK Hynix also, right? Because I think that's going to move with it, right? So look for SK Hynix to give you that pullback opportunity back towards the support, and then look for the strength to come right back in. SK Hynix is one that I see in the long run trying to make some attempt back above this trend line, right? Like it's in the bull flag itself, right? Like you can see that flagging action. It's been trying to get above 155s. I think one day it's just probably going to do a gap move, right? It might not do like the move. What I also think is a big factor that's affecting this is we don't have this stock also to trade 24 hours. So there's a lot of gaps, right, that are going on in this. So I would love for this to trade 24 hours, right? Because then it starts looking a lot cleaner. But you can see that in Micron, right, too, how it's very gappy also. These names trade very gappy, so protect yourself. Make sure you're not caught in too big of a size.
Well, yeah, because it's
I
all
got in on a little TSLL on Tesla here.
Nice work.
I like where it is. Like what we've got going on.
What's important to note about like, SanDisk and Micron and all that is they're going to be so correlated to the Korean markets that, you're right, Mitch, that's why you're going to get these gaps because it's, even though they're U.S. companies and they sell in the U.S. and all this, it's just all so related to that Korean like degenerate gambling stuff that's going on.
Bonus for that, Michael, right? That market opens up around the 9:30, right? And 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, right? And then really where I've seen the moves, Michael, it's not that first hour. It's just like our market where the first hour is a trap. And then a lot of times after that first hour, you start seeing the trends hold. So the first hour is really choppy. So from 9:30 to like 10:30, there's a lot of chop in the 24-hour market with these names. But what I've noticed is as you get out of that, you go towards 11 into 12, you start to establish the trend. And the trade for me that I've done really well on these names overnight, it's been going in them around that time, 12 to 1 after an established trend, right? Where I've seen the chop play out. Now the trend's starting to hold and I can just base my risk off the low and take the shot, right? So just to give you guys why I've been seeing some edge in this overnight trade. What are you seeing out there, traders? What are we getting after today? Jane, you got any trade? Michael, what's going on in the hangover shorts? I know there's been some good hangovers and definitely some stocks that are holding up. I forgot that other penny stock that's been holding up, but it's been which one is it? It's DFNS. That's the one that we were shorting at like 50s here on the show, and that's held up pretty well.
Nothing made the list today, which was interesting. It did that, PLAG. I saw a lot of people
turning down. I will say that, guys.
A lot of people got wiped from this, but of course, it just gave both these. There's two, and was it WXM? They both just completely gave it up overnight. And, part of the criteria is I just don't want them to completely fall apart and then short them. So they have to kind of hold up a little bit yesterday. But it's, both of them just kind of gave up the ghost there entirely. And okay, we'll take it. It is what it is. So nothing from that, but I've got a couple of my other strategies turned on, and we'll see if something happens with them. How's your Tesla doing, Jane?
Yeah, I'm doing a Tesla trade, looking at three over here, looking at this bigger money level. I am below the big money right at the moment, but 329.77 is going to be my stop out zone for TSLL using the juice. I know Crow would be happy about that. I think I froze. Are you guys hearing me? I have the stream up in the background and it looks like it froze. Okay, perfect.
All good.
So looking to see if we can hold the 329.77 zone. Looking at that, it's a 61% retracement from the week so far. Looking for this to reclaim and really fill that gap. So they've pulled it back a bit, right? They've pulled it back, almost hit the 4 EMA and ready for that to expand and fill this overall. So watching that, oh, getting close to my stop out zone. So checking here, that's dancing there. Is it going to, no, it looks pretty good right now. Hold on. All right. Nah. Okay. Gonna stop out over there. No. Okay. All right. Watching it. What are you guys seeing? What else are you watching? I'm gonna monitor this instead of talk.
we bashed our head right on 775 in the SPY, and it's been down and out ever since, which is a bit of a bummer, but we'll see. It's still early in the day.
I'm just trying to hold the bag. Got to hold the bag, but the good bag, the money bag, of course. As you guys can see, DraftKings continuing to do what? The red to green move. It's literally done it now 4 times, right? And so this is very important to know, right? Repeated patterns are some of the best ways to make money, right? When you're seeing a stock repeat a pattern, why not just try it again, right? Like rinse and repeat, right? Hey, well, that's how it is sometimes, right?
That's why I hope my SpaceX comes down again, right? If I get it into the 120s, 110s, I'm selling those.
Rinse and repeat, man. And sometimes you have to do it. Because what you're noticing is our brain, and there's not everyone's brain works like this, right? I'll just be honest, right? But my brain's very important on trying to recognize patterns. Like this is where I think I have edge, right? And some people will say, oh, patterns don't matter, right? I'm not necessarily looking at like, let's say, I need to see a hammer candle and then another green candle followed by a cross. No, I'm not saying that particular. No, what I'm trying to say is like the price action, right? What is happening here? Essentially, at the auction, right, at the open, they're giving you some discount, but finding buyers every time. That matters more than the pattern itself, right? So what you're really trying to find out a lot of times in price action is where's the supply and demand, right? Because if you can know where that is, then you can make trades based on that, especially for day traders, right? Like that's like the key of day trading is understanding supply and demand. I know that it sounds like very cliche, but it really is, right?
That's all we're doing. That's the whole kit and caboodle, right? That's
right. Like it can sound cliche, Michael, but explain it in kind of how you see things. Cause I know, there's one way in my side of things, but there's another way in the quant side of things. And I'm sure you weigh in this into a lot of what you do.
No, well, yeah. And if you boil this game down, all you're looking to do is buy things that more people are going to come behind you and buy, and then sell things that more people are going to. Oh. This is why they try to invent the wheel. But the problem is if you find something that is undervalued or overvalued, but the market doesn't agree, it doesn't matter. It's like the only thing that moves the stock is that you're buying something that is either moving up with everyone else or that someone else will discover at some point, preferably in the near future, is undervalued or overvalued. That's the whole game. It's everything else is on top of that. And then the other way to look through the market is just risk exchange. And I think these put sells are a simple way to put it. I am taking risk from other people, and over time, I will be rewarded to take that risk from other people. And the people who are selling me the risk are going to be punished for de-risking. Doesn't mean that they're doing a bad thing and I'm doing a good thing. It's just where the risk is going. So someone says greater fool theory. No. It's just saying that either you believe that there's something coming up that is going to cause people to then end up buy or sell to the short side, or that you believe that the market is incorrectly valuing something one way or another. That is the whole game. So when I do these mean reversion plays off, like whatever KTB was, the whole, I've got 26 years of back tests across 100,000 trades, all that kind of stuff. But if you boil it down, it just says, man, this move was a little overdone. And the market will, people who have shorted this will cover, people who are looking to buy dips will buy it, and that's it. And I am exchanging the risk. Nobody else wants to be buying this. And that's why mean reversion works, is because I am buying the thing they don't want to. It is a risk exchange mechanism. If you are making money in the market, you are taking risks, like period. And that's
All right,
it.
guys, getting ready to get out of DraftKings and try to rotate money over to Micron. It's looking really good here. At least Micron is. It's starting to tweak back up. I would put it this way. If I could hit the buy button, I'd already be in. You know what I mean? Like, so that tells me something, right? Like I would have jumped in on this 900 attempt. What did I tell you right out the gates? Look for attempts right back towards that 900 to hold, right? And so you got a big wick right out the gates here. Now we look for that body to hold, right? This is something that I've been trying to do more of. So like for that opening wick type of strategy, right, Michael, those undercuts and rallies, take the trade, but then look at the 15-minute where that long wick is and try to use the body or somewhere around the body to risk off of. So then you tighten down the risk and you could really try to maximize on the risk to return, right? Because then at that point, man, 7-1 and 10-1 start to become available. And if I only got to be accurate 10% of the time or 12% of the time to be break even, things like that, well, I'll tell you one thing. Doesn't sound bad for me. I feel like a lot of traders try to be too accurate versus just trying to maximize on risk and return.
Yeah, and you can't, right? You have to pick the thing to optimize for, right? And
yeah, there's two sides of the spectrum, right? There's no way you're going to get a 90% accuracy and then like a 10-1 risk to return, right? Like that just doesn't happen, dude. I wish it was like that, but you know what I mean?
Check out LITE here.
Oh,
it had a
that's
nice
an interesting
retracement
one.
off of earnings.
I was
in
actually
a
calling that
nice-
one long last night
Yep.
here for the overnight action, looking for it to get back above 900. It did do that gate move, but you did get a nice opening wash. This is that opening wash type of look, right?
Yeah,
now
and that's
start
it. I
looking
bought
for
it
that
on
1 minute to
the
hold.
61% retracement down here, and bought 200
like it.
shares. Nice little profit. Just going to slide it up here. Watching those fib levels too to see if it's going to reject off of this 4 at 861. Tighten it up to 855 here. Not bad.
So just
locking at least 2750.
Just to add background on your trade, Jane, of course, what reports today? We just talked about it. Cisco, where is LIT in the communications equipment industry? Exactly in that space, right? So you could see, right, this be kind of that flavor of the day type of trade, right? Look at Cisco's higher, right? And you start to see Cisco pushing higher, and look at Micron. Oh my God.
This is the nice gift to buy that dip, right? Buy the washout.
You can't be mad though when you look down and your buying power is full and you're green. So you just keep it going, man.
Exactly.
You can make a lot of trade calls and you don't have to take them all, right? LITE though, looking good there on that bounce. We'll see if other names.
Now, LITE
like
as well is super low float. So you got to be careful because it will move fast. It is a higher price stock and it can move when the juice gets into it one direction or the other.
Oh, of course. And what you want to do is I'd look into the space itself, right? So I'll show you guys what I do often, right? And I'm going to just pull this in just because it's a tool that I use, right? I don't mind kind of showing you guys the tool. Look at this. This is an equally weighted outlook on communication equipment. So we want to see this bull flag. We want to see this kind of come right back to the highs. And this is the overall industry, right, Jane? So like if you can throw it up like I like to do, where LITE, and then I like to use this chart here. I'll show you guys the chart, which I really love, which is sector to industry, like right underneath it. And so you see how they trade very similarly. This is why I tell you guys correlations matter so much. You see how the industry and the sector are trading very much alike the stock. So you have three ways of looking at the trade, essentially. The sector, industry, and stock need to agree for you to maybe trigger on, right? Things like that I really like to see, right? Another thing is industry outperforming the sector. You see the industry is the orange, so the sector is the white. So this industry is the stronger part of the sector today. Also what I want to see, right? So just giving you guys a little lesson there on how I like to use rotation in a trade that Jane's taking off of a strategy she's using, right? So if you combine those things, combine variables, you can get more higher conviction, right? And I think that's important. High conviction trades are important. I think too many traders take low conviction trades. And I'll tell you, I'll be one of those that take it all the time because I'm on stream. And I look back and I'll be like, Mitch, that was a very low conviction trade, man. You were just taking the trade, right? But that's just a part of the game. And I want you guys always to learn the game. Jane and I and Michael, I know we want to teach you guys the right ways are. And also we'll tell you when we even do it wrong, right? Because we're going to make mistakes.
That's it. Tesla, I went for a retracement trade, but the bigger money was against me. I got burned on it. And now with LITE, the money from earnings is at 839.54. So I've got pretty strong confidence in this trade, but it might reverse here. But no matter what, I'm locking in 5,800 on this trade. You know, my optimal exit's going to be up here roughly 925 if we can get there. It might get stopped out at 920. So put it down 920. Okay, so 15,000, best case, worst case, 5,800. Now I can sit and chat with you guys. I don't have to monitor this too much. I've got my stop set, nice profit locked in, and ready to go. That's it.
How systematic of you. I'm
I know, right?
I'm happy. Had a little pop there. It doesn't seem like big enough to be a news pop, but we were making those lows, and while you guys were chatting, someone just came and bought a whole bunch of SPY. And that is, I know it's hard to see on your guys' screen, but that not a huge volume, but it was close to the biggest volume of the day, minus these two candles right here. So someone came along and kind of cranked the buy button there. Let's see if that guy's still hanging out. Because that was I was watching that happen. It just happened all in like one tick, just off the bat.
I'm excited to just see if Gilead can continue to work here, man, because this could really be that another 4-digit trade for me, right? So a lot of times I try to stick to these, but look at the setup. It just looks prime. I can't sell this. Yell at me, guys, if I do, because this looks prime, guys. Look at all that buying action on the downside support, right? That's positioning, right? Those wicks. I ain't selling down there, I'll tell you that much, because you would be, let's say, not wise to be selling down there with this type of price action, right? So that tells me more and more what we really need to see is the volume actually play in above this wick here that came in right around when some of these stocks were having earnings. We also want to see the space do really well, right? So that's the IBB space, right? We just need this to continue the strength that it's on, right? As long as it doesn't lose that, I'm looking really good here in Gilead, and I could look at a name like Regeneron, right, that's pushing higher. I could look at a VRTX, right, these types of names that are just pushing higher. These are leaders in this space, and I want the leaders to continue and my play on Gilead to really start to kick off, right? So looking to see that play continue and trying my best to do what? I was in these plays yesterday. I'm not taking new trades, but I'm watching the market for new trades. Right? That's what you do, especially when you're like, let's say like at this moment where I'm like, not so I need to take the trade. I'm just really looking at the market, trying to find the trends, trying to understand things, right? Like today's an interesting day with energy rebounding now, going back into the green XLE. And now you're getting what? The industrials to fall off, right? So this is that relationship of oil and XLE, right? The XLE comes down today just a slight bit and now wakes up right back on fire, right? So this is why I don't trust that whole war talk. The oil is telling us something. Watch out there, guys.
And I think the oil is telling us nobody trusts shit anymore.
Yes,
like how many
they
times
trust the
do you
oil
go
prices
say,
more than the talk. right?
Yeah, it's like no one is like, who's gonna? It's I can only do the "I've got your nose" thing to my son so many times, and he's 4.
Oh
So
yeah.
the rest of the world is wised up to.
Don't worry, Trump's still calling out those baby bottle
It's
shots.
Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
He like wakes up. These are the worst human beings ever, and then like an hour later,
You
we got
know
a great
what,
deal with
Jane?
these awesome people. Like just man,
You got me wanting to make a meme.
Yeah.
it's just. I love it. You can see all these like AI pictures
It's
of
falling. Just kidding. No, it's not.
the Trump Iran cycle, and it's just straight these are the horrible, deplorable, awful people, and then market goes down, and oh, we're so close to a deal. This is amazing. Market goes up, and then just so yeah. I don't. It's one of those things. I don't know what. There's not going to be a definitive, as annoying as it is for us in the market. There's not going to be like a definitive. Okay, it's over now. And we move on. That's just not going to happen anymore because no one's going to believe when it happens. So it's just going to be a slow grind where, oh, you see a lot of things come through the Strait of Hormuz. It's good. And then oil ticks down a little bit. And then, oh, you see a couple more. And then it ticks down. It's just like you don't get that one, all right, it's over. Let's rip now. That kind of thing is off the table because those are fun. I love those. I love the taco trade. It's it has been a very profitable trade over the last almost 2 years. But I just don't think there's nothing he can say unless like the other guy is in the office with him and goes, "We're good now, right?" And they shake hands, which we all know is never going to happen. There's just nothing that they can say at this point. So it's just it's going to be a slog. Even if the war ends today, the market's not going to believe it for weeks. Is what I'm basically ranting at here.
I'm still monitoring and moving up I see the big money moved on LITE to 878.98. So I moved up my stop just to a little bit higher, 872. So I might get stopped out here. But it's okay. It's 10 o'clock. I got to go do some home maintenance. I got to go put together a dresser, all that good stuff. So it's okay. Not a bad day to be able to, secure the 6,200 now. But I have tranches
You're
to
telling
sell.
me.
If it continues and my stop loss, but I got to make sure that if I get stopped out, I close out those trades because those aren't as canceled. So.
All right. So you're telling me that you're going to be like the IKEA cartoon with the sad faces.
No, there we go. I'm out. All right. So no, it's coming to, it's getting delivered from Wayfair. I've never used Wayfair before.
There
so it's my
you
first
go.
one.
You get to see, you get the full Wayfair experience where
Right.
you love the product online, you buy it, you get the product. And now the question is, how good of a builder am I?
Well, do I even have to put it together? Because it looked like maybe it came all put together. So that is an experience I will be checking out. But
let us know how it goes, Airplane Jane. We'll rate Wayfair tomorrow on that one. But take care,
Jane.
Jane.
What Wayfair's doing, even off of that comment.
All right, taking off there, Jane. Have a good one.
That's it.
We'll definitely
Bye
see
for
you.
now. Have fun. Check out Jesse with his Micron. I know he's killing that trade as well.
Nice.
Oh, hold on. I think we have to. Jane, when you get a chance, I'll share the meme with you. But I made the meme, and it's hilarious.
The sky is falling meme.
Look, the sky is falling, and it has like audio and everything. I'm gonna play it in a second here.
All right, let's hear it.
Hold on. But I gotta get the sound on. I don't have
Where
my
did
sound
you make
on right
it?
now.
I want to know. I want to make some fun memes.
On Gronk.
Gronk?
Imagine
Okay.
2. So he's yelling, "The sky is falling! The sky is falling!" running around. But we'll get it up in a second here.
You should get one of those up on TikTok. You should get one of those up on TikTok. All right, sounds good. I'm going to shoot yours today. I was at the DMV for 3 hours yesterday, so taking care of that stuff. Have a great one, everyone. Carpe Profits. Use those profits one day, trade at a time, and check out Trade the Pool for leveraging your capital.
Get those
and
profits.
don't forget to compete for Cisco.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, out there. It's good to see you guys out there. Oh man, I got to bring it up. The AI viewers, Steam Boo. Trump just making money. Oh yeah, he's selling that. He sold that CPI this morning. I heard on his API. No, I'm just joking. But still, you might need to get
the
it.
funny thing is, everyone will believe you because no one doubts that that's a thing that took place.
That's the worst part, man.
What we need,
Here.
you want to add some value here. We gotta crowdfund or get
Send
Trade
this over
to
to
fund
my,
that API. Give us. It's only 100 racks a month. Come on, guys, you can do it.
That's it, dude. All we need is 100 racks, dude. All right, I'm sending the video over to my producer so he can bring it up for us, guys, so we can actually watch the meme and have a little laugh. Right? The fun part is we get to make these. Let's keep going, guys. And if you ever want me to make a meme, let me know. It's easy nowadays. I made one about the guy from Arpegos or whatever it's called. Oh man, that was a funny one too. I have it. The guys at Citadel are just loving that guy, man.
Oh man, and
he made
it's
their
funny.
year.
I was on a Wolf Spaces the other day, and a guy was trying to say the world is falling because we had this hedge fund blow up, and I'm just sitting there laughing, and I didn't mean to be a dick about it, but I'm just laughing in the background. They're like, what's the problem, Mike? I'm like, listen, if this cycle's blow up is some kid who doubled a bunch of people's monies, like I lived through LTCM that almost destroyed the entire world. Like if this guy, like this is one kid with a small fund and the end result was he doubled your money, I'm like, if that's it, I will take that all day long. For those who don't know, that might actually be a cool thing for your AI lessons, Mitch. Do a whole lesson on the LTCM blow up. Like that was scary. What's the book? It's like The Smartest People in the Room or something like that. And it's just talking about how all these quant nerds almost destroyed like the entire financial system of Earth because they were just so over leveraged and everyone's freaking out about this one kid that doubled everyone's money. I'm like, fine. And like Citadel bought it as like, that's a line item for them. Like, screw it. Okay, we'll buy this. It's no big deal. They'll make millions, but it's like, no. Yeah, the Black Scholes dude. Wasn't that LTCM? Yeah. Long-term capital management. Yeah. And
I'll look into
was
that.
Not long term, and it was horrible. It almost crashed like the planet.
Well, guys, about to get out of this DraftKings trade, and there it is, out of the trade here. Didn't get as much as I wanted to get, right? Could have been trying to cash up there towards the 25.40s, but just going to take the trade off, right? The market is telling me here the trade's done. Did I get in perfect timely? Maybe I just didn't get in right here, right, on Friday, but can't be mad about that because I wasn't here on Friday, right? Can't be mad about what you weren't here for. So I got in on the trend line break, selling up here. Still a good trade, still a green trade. Not as much as I maybe wanted to get, but that's okay. We let it go. We take the money, we run, and we could always take the trade again, right, if we need to. All right, we'll see what happens there. Riding Gilead here. And just trying to ride that one trade here. What are you seeing in the market here, Michael? And then we had a little meme time.
I was say nothing, but just nothing in the market, but just a teaser for when we go over this, right? For people who don't know. So LTCM had 1 trillion in derivatives with 100 billion in assets in 1998. And the Federal Reserve Bank had to step in to save the financial system when this one hedge fund collapsed. And I'm just sad that there wasn't Twitter back then because everyone's memeing on this kid that doubled everybody's money. Imagine the memes of these guys almost destroyed it all. But the reason that we're, I guess, able to chat about this stuff and talk about memes is just look at the market here. So this is the pre-market range. This is exactly where we were before CPI. Big push up. Now we're right back down in it. If you look at the daily chart, in the middle of yesterday's range. Nothing really exciting on either side. That, unfortunately, as of now, was not what we needed to kick out of this range that we were talking about this morning, this 775 high. Looks like we are still in purgatory. We're in the middle of everything. It's the 26 for NVIDIA. That's a long time away. I don't know what else is going to kick us out of it, but it's important. It's important to know these things because if we were just trying to do like super hyperactive, high energy trade all the time, blah, 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 that'd be doing a huge disservice to you guys. Right? The fact that we're here saying there's nothing really happening in the market right now is important. It means you are just more selective about your bets. We are not in the environment where you can just throw a dart at the wall and have that stock go up like 10% a day. So just when we say this kind of stuff, just take it and say, okay, maybe I size down a bit. Maybe I'm just very selective about things that are doing huge relative volume, massive news catalysts, things like this. And I just kind of step back from the rest of it because, we are range bound for now. And you just got to be more, it doesn't mean you don't trade. It just means you get a little bit more selective about those bets going forward.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the meme here and take a look at the sky is falling here.
Is falling. Trump warns of disaster. Folks, the sky is falling. It's a disaster. But don't worry. The Iran war is done. We did it. Tremendous victory. Believe me. Chicken Little Trump saves the day.
Yeah, that's the...
Oh, that's it right there. The Chicken Little Trump, man. He saves the day, guys. Saves the day here, guys. We'll see what happens out there. What do you guys think of bull weekly chart? Not a bad mention there from Crow. You want to take a look at that, Michael?
Which one was he talking about?
He's talking about bull. Weeble.
The bull.
Weekly chart. Who runs?
Looking good.
Who's the CEO of Weeble? I used to talk to him. Was it Anthony Denier?
I don't know. They're coming up in Canada. They've been pinging me. They've been emailing me for some sort of like sponsorship thing. I haven't gotten back to them yet, but it's
I like
interesting looking
Weeble,
chart.
man. I like Weeble. I've always liked Weeble over Robinhood, at least when I've used it. Right? Like I used to.
I need to check whether they have the ability to like quantitatively or like automatically trade. That's my biggest thing, right? I'm not interested in a broker that I got to push the buttons on, but they're new enough that maybe they should. I know your guys' public.com introduced API, not only access, but data polls, which is pretty huge. But yeah, this,
that's nice interesting. That's with Public.
Yeah, public.com.
Public's an interesting one, dude. It's like it's a very interesting broker. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I watched a couple quant guys who were like, man, I don't know why they're doing this, but you can just grab historical data for free, historical API data. So if you're testing anything, you can go and use their data source for testing, which is great. But yeah, Weeble looks great here. If it can get back over, it had this prior low at like 775. It's right there now. Tried to poke through a bit, came down. If this thing can just consolidate and break, that looks great. It's just one of those things that if you're watching this and you don't anchor to this insanity anymore, right? Where it, opened up at 10 and ripped to 70. This was the same time. Remember Newsmax Newsmax was worth as much as like ExxonMobil for a second there. That's just so you make your chart start like here because this would be a reasonable kind of trade. If this ground its way back up to the highs of like 15, 16 bucks, that would make sense. Just don't anchor to this because this was, I remember we were here during this. This was nuts. This made no sense. Speaking of Newsmax, is that thing bankrupt? Is that doing anything? Oh man, this was the crazy one, right? Opened at 10 and went to 200 in like 2-3 days, and then just all the way back down, sitting just a little bit under 10 right now. So yeah, just a huge swing in some of these names. So if you were trading Newsmax, you do the same thing. Just kind of crop that out of your chart. Just say, that's never going to happen again. That was insane. But this Newsmax kind of looking the same as well, right? Where the de-SPAC'd got cut in half, like a lot of these SPACs do, and then the ones that don't die sometimes kind of work their way back up. Nice pop in
All right.
SpaceX.
SpaceX continuing to hold here.
Yeah, I was hoping to get a pullback kind of into like the 120s, mid 120s, and I would have sold those $100 puts again. A lot of the juice, if you're looking at the IV in it, a lot of the juice are getting completely pulled out of this thing. So that game's not happening too much as well, right?
Yeah, I think what you got to watch is the defensive space overall and the space names, right? You're getting a little bit of a pullback in some of the defensive names, but look at RKLB. These two names are going to go side by side, guys. I would really try to like even overlay these and kind of watch the action. Let's go ahead. Let's do that example here for you, right? So I could talk about it. Let's actually do it, right? So let's go here, even on the 15-minute, right? We're going to overlay it. How do you do this? Right? A lot of people don't know this button right here. This little button by the demo, right where you put in like your accounts, right? Well, click that overlay button and it's going to pop up this. Then you can go ahead and place the stock that you want to overlay. Let's say it's RKLB, right? So that's I'm going to select there RKLB, right? You can put the last, the bid, whatever you want to do, right? You want to maybe put it on a scale or a separate scale. I like to do it on either the main scale if you're trying to get it as close as possible, but it could mess it up there. But the key is I usually use a line. The line is going to help me kind of go more with that kind of that closing price, right? So I can go ahead and do that. I'll set a color. Let's go ahead. Let's do like a green. Show price marker is a big plus, right? Because then that's going to have it kind of be a lot better here. But you guys can see there by setting it here with the main scale, it just kind of messed it up there. So let's go to separate scale here. And then you can see here the action, right? So then now you want to kind of go a little bit deeper time frame and you want to see how kind of the action is going, right? And for some reason, it went back to Tesla. So that's why it's a little bit off here. RKLB. There we go. All right, so there you guys see the action. You see how it's kind of trailing it. Did do this little pullback because RKLB got hit on the earnings, but ever since then, really going side by side, right? Let's go to the 15-minute. You see how they're going really close with each other? That's just correlation, man, right? So maybe you're pairs trading, right? And you're just trying to grab the alpha, right? And things like that, right? But I think this is definitely something that you're seeing work together, right? SpaceX, Rocket Labs, we'll see if they work and continue the lift. Nice little lift off though. All right, can't be mad about that. I still have Gilead. I can go after Micron now. So I'm gonna go looking at Micron, right? I think this was one of my favorite trades today off the 900. It's held really well now. So at this point, I'm going to start looking for what? Start looking for that first quick pullback on the 15-minute, right? Can I get an opportunity back here towards, let's say, 910s, 907s? That's what I'm looking for. Qs overall here, holding right on the trend line breakout level that I think is very vital. I'm going to bring this up here because I think this is so vital here, guys. A lot of people, I was drawing this trend line for a long time. I'll even highlight it so you can see here. I created this on all the way back on June 16th, updated it just yesterday as I'm looking to see, hey, were we going to get above that? The big level for me is this level here to the left-hand side where we fought so much to try to get above and couldn't do it. That's around the 725 level, and it's right here. Right, so we keep hitting this 725 level and can't get above it. Green line to me represents kind of where we should see that kind of next breakout level be. It's acting as resistance today around the 725, 726 area. We'll look to see if we can finally get above that because that's the fight zone, right? We get back towards 728s and I think we're back in breakouts and it looks a lot better on the daily and we can keep going. If not, I'm looking for potentially that 9 EMA to still catch up with the price action and it's coming fast, right? All right, Michael, anything you're seeing in the market here?
Yeah, the RSP is trying to dig in. So if you look at my chart here, the average stock has been kind of falling all day, just showing that, what you're seeing with Mitch with the Qs, and then what you're seeing here with RSP is that RSP is just not able to catch up. It's not able to have that move. And that's unfortunate, but it's just showing that that's where the strength is. It's a large cap tech. It's an AI day, if you want to call it that way. And if we want to have kind of the everything rally, the SPY to start turning, the Qs to really start pushing up, we just need it not just to be, AI led. We need a couple things to move with it. And until this RSP can at least stop going down, it looked like it was putting in a pretty strong candle there, but until this can stop going down, that's what we need to see, right? So with FinViz, you can look and you can see it's about a split day, right? Advancing, declining, up and down, all of the breadth indicators are about split. You can see the Dow went negative, the NASDAQ hasn't really moved, the SPY down a little bit, but it hasn't really moved, but then the Russell bleeding. So obviously the Russell having the most amount of names in it and kind of the equal type of thing, that's a pretty significant move that's happening there. So we just need that to chill out. And if these names can continue, that's good. Oh, there comes through the first trade in the day, whatever an NCI short is. Geez, that's a weird looking chart. That's a split maybe? That's got to be a split here. Let's go here. Let's go NCI. Not nice. NCI. No, that was a reverse split. Okay. All right. So yeah, that's the first short of the day. That thing was just kind of grinding higher, trying to break out. It looks like it might be failing that breakout here.
All right. We'll see if we can get this to continue looking around, trying to jump on some trades here as we get the Qs to kind of hold up here and could start to see another drive come in. Right, so I'm looking for that first real cut down here in Micron to try to take the shot here for Micron long. I need to see SK Hynix starting to come back. That was the mention in the pre-market, right? Look how SK Hynix went from red to green. That was literally the levels that we were talking about. I was on the pullback looking for it to come back and then play right back, right? It held resistance. It didn't go to the support area. It held the prior resistance. There's that big wick and then the close of the body, right? And look how it held that close of the body that I explained just a little while ago for these undercut and rallies, right? So you see how you went underneath that, you wick there, but you don't go all the way back here, right? And so I think that's an important part of this trade, right? These wicks here, if you're getting in at some point coming back, you might want to look to the left and try to find a way to risk, maybe not even all the way down here, right? Well, now we're getting that continued lift. I want to see SK Hynix take off here, Micron take off, and the Qs take off here. So the idea is to see that we're starting to see the shift from away from the Mag 7 and more back into the beta names, Michael. That's what I'm looking for, right? That shift, right? Mm-hmm. Where, yeah, we went to the Mag 7 there. Why? Because they were reporting, right? We wanted to jump in on those reports. We wanted to ride that. And now we could sell these off, right? So I think you could actually have a play on short Microsoft and long Micron, right? That could be a pairs, right? But just to mention out there, right? I tried to give you guys different trade styles. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and that broadening out, that's what makes me encouraged about the market. So the fact that we're not seeing that today anyway, that makes me slightly nervous about some of these things. So I'd like to see that change in some fashion. And, the way I look at that is I just take a look at the RSP, right? Trying to get a bounce here, trying to dig into the RSP, actually looking pretty decent here. And then you just compare that to something like the SPY or the Qs, right? So the Qs, their SPY is trying to bounce, same time RSP is bouncing, just showing that that's really what we need. We need that average stock to kind of dig in and push higher. And yeah, it's looking nice if we can do that. Now, all of this in the context of, right, zoom out a bit, we are just inside on all of these names, right? IWM is just getting into yesterday's range. The Qs, a little bit outside of yesterday's range, but still inside kind of the main range, and the SPY is inside yesterday's range. So you've got most of the stocks in the market just hanging out somewhere else, right? Just, and not able to break for either bulls or bears. So if you're buying things, or selling things, just make sure you're in that mode where you got your finger on the profit trigger.
Agree. We'll see what happens there, guys. Gilead continuing to work here. 136.60s looks like it's about to hit there. So loving the action on the healthcare rebound for me as this really starts to drive. Now it's kind of just let it work. I'm up about 265 on this name already. I got 130 shares. So let's see if this can really drive and start to get back over yesterday's high. And then I'm up over 300, pushing and grinding. If I get back to that 140 that you can see over here to the left-hand side, we're at 800 and really looking for like a move to 145s. And if I get that, we're talking 4 digits, right? So we'll look to see what happens there, as this is another great trade, and a trade that I've given you guys multiple days now to attack it with me, right? Like always, like I'm going to give you guys how I like to fish, and then you guys got to go do the fishing yourself. But here it is, and I hope you guys are being able to reap the benefits with me. Also, if you're just trading the IBB, you're not mad either, right? Because we were talking about it down here, and actually this has done better than the actual stock trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
The actual ETF has done better, right? So pretty good looking trades out there. And like always, there's multiple trades to be had. Qs are fading a little bit here. Is it that Mag 7 fade type of day? I think it could be. Let's take a look at some of those trades. Apple fading, Microsoft fading, Google down, Apple down. Is Tesla down? Oh, yeah. They're all down,
Yeah.
Michael.
MAGS, right?
Yeah.
MAGS
NVIDIA being the only one.
One of my favorite when it comes to, and the reason I like MAGS too is it's equal weight across the bunch. So you can just take a look at it and say, oh, that's, pretty standard. What's happening there? So, I just look at that and say, well, that's all that's going on. So let's see if, the Mag 7 needs to change. Again, it's a very kind of specific area that I think really needs to push on one side or the other.
What is making a nice trade today? NVIDIA holding up a little bit well. That's looking good there. SK Hynix is definitely looking good. AMD might come back, of course. That had earnings, came down, and now could start coming right back into play. It's holding actually pretty well on the day today. So I like these types of plays. I'm trying to determine which one to go after, right? Because there's just a bunch, and I don't want to be too early. You can see here AMD, how it looks on the daily. It looks pretty interesting. It's holding the 9, could start to recover, maybe make a move to 500 today, right? And then you look at like Micron, right? Holding the 9, starting to recover, but it's a gap up day, right? I hate that it's a gap up day. If it was here, like closer to the 9, I'd feel a lot better, right? And it's the gap up. The gap ups always trick you. So you either have to go for like a scalp opportunity where you're just catching the momentum ride, or in this case, you got to be patient and then maybe look for an under 900 move. But I like some of the names like AVGO, right? I also like Marvell, right? These are names that have been kind of down for a while now starting to bounce back out. So keep your eyes on that. There's a lot of action still underneath the hood, and another day where we're getting computer systems up, but then like electronic gaming down, information technology down, even software down, right? So like more of that Pistonary effect. Dell is up good, SanDisk is up, Seagate is up. So you do have some names that are up. SMCI that had good earnings, I'll throw up and say it. It's still doing well, at least on the day, right? So we'll see what happens to these names.
Yeah, everything is looking like it's attempting to dig in here, right? The Qs just have gone nowhere all day. So, it's not like this is a bad day. Just like Mitch was saying, it's everything happened on the gap. We had a nice gap up, everything's holding okay. We're just not getting that intraday action, and the bummer is just that we hit that 775 high. That's where we backed off of. What's Crow saying? Box L. I remember this thing coming. Pops up. Box L going parabolics. Is it a different Box L? Because I'm looking at this thing just not moving at all in any way, shape, or form. This kind of looks to me like the SPY, just with a much wider range. Yeah, and it's summer. You just got to look at it and you say, listen, it is the middle of August. It is, right, August 12th. It is smack dab in the middle of summer as you can ever imagine. And there gets to a point here where you kind of look at this, and usually there comes a point where you say, until things change, where that's generally Labor Day, then you just end up getting this kind of sideways chop and slop type action. And that's going to be another 2 weeks of it. Now, the big thing will be, although it's going to be, I think, was it next week? No, it's the week after. Might not be Labor Day anymore. That was traditionally when people would get excited, but you might look at it and say, well, NVIDIA earnings, that's August 26th. Do we look at that as the end of summer? Right? Maybe everyone gets sent back to the office early and says, well, you got to watch NVIDIA earnings anyway.
Oh, we'll see what happens here, man. I'm just trying to find the next big trade here. STX really showing some strength there. That's one that I just saw some pickup on. So that tells me more and more this trade is on here with Micron. I'm going to go for it now. Let's see if we can get it here. Let's go ahead. Let's try to get a little bit here on the offer. That's probably too much there. Let's grab a little less here. Man, I need to sell some of my Gilead. Got too much Gilead. Try to get some here, but there you go. I can get a little tiny bit here and just try to let it work. It's a smaller trade here for sure, but I'm gonna go ahead and just hold off this support. I can set it, forget it, and try to look for the bigger move, right? And just it's a smaller amount, but that doesn't mean that it can't reward me. It means that I gotta stay tight, like I mentioned, kind of more of that scout mentality, and look for it to really drive, right? We're talking, up to like 1,000, right? 80 points higher, right? So let's see if we can get that type of move here and see if we can get a nice little reward with just a measly 2 shares, right?
Again, it's always dollar amount, right?
Risk and reward,
we
man.
are
that's still close to 2,000, which is what I like to do, right? I really don't like to load like I do in Gilead here. Like the only way that I can do that is if I see like a position working its way up, right? But really the position should always be kind of closer towards this Micron, especially starter positions. That's very important. I believe in starters, and then I believe in sizing up. The problem where I think a lot of traders do, they size up too big, too fast, right? Like if you're sizing up way too big, too early before winning, I think you're doing it wrong, right? Like what I've seen is the win, like let's say, and Michael reads a lot about these guys. So, with the market wizards conversations, right? I think a lot of them tell you, you need to be able to put on risk at the right times, right? That's the outlier factor of why they win and a lot of others lose. They're willing to take a bigger position when the time is right. And then also cut a lot, right? Like there's traders that Michael has mentioned that just cut often, right? Their accuracy level is low, but they know that when they win, they're going to get that return.
The way that I've heard it described that made the most sense to me personally was just that all you do is every additional ad needs to make it so that you can raise your stop to a logical level, just not randomly. So like below a swing low or something that makes sense, and have the amount you're risking always the same, right? So if you went in risking $100 on the trade, when it's time to add, you need to be able to add raise your stop loss up to, again, a logical place, not just a random point on the chart for fun. But that risk remains the same, that you just have more exposure with the same risk, because that's how they look at it. When you're adding to it, is you're just taking more and more exposure. And if you can keep that risk similar while adding more and more exposure, awesome, right? If you're just adding risk to the trade, well, you better have some confidence that that this thing is going to end up working, right? Some sort of increased value of, yes, this is a more positive EV trade. But yeah, just one of those more and more of looking at, keep the risk the same, and then just start kind of ripping up the return from there. Because if you can double or triple the shares, that's great.
We will see what happens here, guys. Let's see if we can continue making the money, guys. Not looking bad here in Micron as it starts to take off there towards the 924.80 spot here. So not a bad little buy as I started to see the momentum come into what? Other players in the space, right? STX showed me that. And I said, you know what? I'm seeing the momentum come into this space. Let's go take the shot, right? So let's see if SK Hynix can lead the action here. You see how it drove when that happened, right? Now we look for this to kind of play in, right? We could overlay it, right? Things like that. And now look to see if it can continue to drive higher, right? So looking good out there, guys. As we start to get up there, we're going to look to just probably eventually just let it grind, right? Stops already placed. I can just let it work at this point. And this was a trade given to you guys when? In the pre-market. That's the key, right? I don't like to act like a cherry picker. I don't want to tell you guys after the fact, right? There's too many of that online out there, guys. So if you guys can do me the favor, really hit that share button down below. It lets others know that you can get trade ideas just like this, right? This is why I put out the playbook. This is why I put out the sunrise report and conversations like that, so that you guys can have trade ideas and get ready for the market, right? Like I always say, I look at other trade ideas from other traders all the time. Something came in here.
Yeah.
Some news. That's news related.
We selling a bit. Oh, no, right back up.
No, that's news.
What?
Something's coming in here.
Let's
1030. Did we have a 1030 number here?
Let me check. But yeah, that was right down
Oil.
pretty hard and right back up.
Is that
oil? Yeah, oil inventories.
Yeah, that's usually what comes in at this time, right?
But
So let's look at
usually
the
it does
XLE. Doesn't affect the whole market. Usually
that's not
XLE
that
coming
big of a
right back
deal.
up there. First spike to the downside. That means oil could be getting a little spike here. Let's see what happens there. I haven't seen what the numbers were, but I will take a look into it. Let's see here. Of course, oil numbers coming in here. The actual came in at, this is what it is. EIA crude oil stock change, right? The previous was being 2.47 million barrels. The consensus was to drop 1.4 million, and the actual came in at 17.42. So a huge change than the expected consensus number. So that's really affecting things here. So I can show you guys here from a chart, right? So here you guys have it here. It's a different provider, but you can see the jump, right? So it was like kind of a little bit of a shake, Boom. The last time that we had a surprise reaction like this was February 20th. So let's do a little bit of an example. Let's go to February 20th and see how stocks performed that day, right? So I would look to see February 20th and look to see what happened that day. Looks like the Qs were up and it was a little bit of a tight end range type of day. How did oil perform on that day, right? So that's February 20th. Let's take a look here. Oil pushed on that day. Let me see here.
Looks like Trump woke up. Trump woke up as well.
Trumpo.
Started chatting. Iran.
Is he yelling?
Yeah, U.S. has total control of Strait of Hormuz. So he's up. He's all recharged from his long sleep, and now he's just ranting about this again.
Well,
So oil, at least happy this time, maybe. If oil, yeah, that does look like good news. We have more oil than we thought. That's what's making the oil prices drop a bit. That should help, like the RSP and the average stock, but it spooked us out just a little bit there. That was a nice. Someone had their stop at the low of the day on a trade here, and is just real mad right now. We just wicked that low of the day, and we're right back up. So did he wait on purpose to start tweeting? It's like, tell me when that oil report's out, and then I'll queue up a couple bangers for it.
Don't think it happens, dude. We've heard from the Pentagon that they've been told, literally, do not attack when the markets are open. Wait for the markets to be down when you're doing your big attacks.
There's also
like
11.
Michael, isn't that illegal, dude?
Is anything illegal at this point? I love
yeah, dude. That's why I've been saying crime on the streets, dude.
CoffeeZilla.
At least if you're rich.
Yeah, CoffeeZilla is like one of the greatest like YouTubers out there, and he was exposing all these crimes, and now it's to the point where he's just selling merch saying crime is legal. He's like, what do I do? You would expose all these like crypto crimes. He's like, why bother at this point?
Nothing even happens.
Cares. No one's going to jail. Scam.
I have literally the evidence.
Yeah.
Literally the evidence, and it doesn't matter.
I spent the last 6 months
little
locked
Billy
in
Joe,
a cave.
Billy Joe that put a penny stock up, right, gets hit, right? Well, what about the billions and millions being made underneath people's nose, man?
Yeah,
man.
I feel bad for that guy, right? He's like, I'm going to spend my entire life like in a den reporting on these massive financial crimes. Then he just wakes up one day. It's like, nah, this crime's legal. Just have at it. Just go nuts.
Crime is legal, man. All right.
Fill your boots. But yeah, that was a little shake on the SPY. And sometimes when you get these little shakes, you can get a rip in the other direction. So that's what I'm watching for here, right? We did that breakdown of this low, and then quickly kind of reclaim that. So if onto the next like candle or so, we start to melt our way up, that might be an interesting place to take a shot. Again, the only trade I have today is this NCI short, which has just done kind of absolutely nothing from here. So I'm craving a little bit of action. Maybe I take a shot here on the SPY if we can hold that. The beauty of it is you've got a very clean place for your stop, right? And you can move from there. Oh yeah, we were yelled at a while ago that we have a swing trading segment coming up. So we should do that, and we'll talk about some swing trading. So I personally think the biggest glaring lesson for swing traders out here is that you guys, even more than day traders, are very concerned with environments in the market and have to have the patience that when the market doesn't do anything, that you also don't do much of anything, right? Doesn't mean you don't trade at all. There will always be opportunities out there. That's, we're out here scanning for them all day long. But it's just, the environment in which you are in. So when I bring up the SPY here, this would have been a great environment to be long some swing trades because everything was working out, everything was doing awesome. Then this is the environment where you plan. So a very good kind of function, a very good process for especially discretionary swing traders are, in environments like this, you're not hitting the button, but you're also not at the beach. This is what else is basing? What else is close to a high? What can I set alerts on? What can I plan for when the market breaks out or if the market breaks down? What is the planned side of things? So you end up creating this there is always work to be done in trading. It's just, is that work planning or is that work action? And I think we're very much in a planning stage where, building lists, setting alerts, writing reports, doing research. That's a really good thing to do right now. And then you wait for the market to kind of confirm its uptrend is continuing, or break down and become part of a downtrend, that you can really sit there and say, okay, this is not working the way I expected this to work, therefore I don't take a trade. But you should have all of these plans kind of geared up and ready to go, to make sure that there is, to make sure everything's pumped. And that's a lot of, I think, what I have been doing from my discretionary side of things. I haven't taken a discretionary trade this week, and I kind of have a rule that I got to take one a week, and that's to force me to not just, be in the systems. And, I don't know what that's going to be, but I'm just going to plan and wait. In sometime in the next week or so, we are going to get a breakout one way or another. That is like the most kind of brain dead statement in the world, because at some point you have to. The market's got to go up or down. I can't stay sideways forever. So I think there's a really good planning time. And then eventually, it will be a really good action time. But the patience between those two things, that's like, separate the men from the boys. Those are the things that separate good traders from struggling traders, is that ability to be patient.
We're going to see if we can be patient in cash, right? I think it's always about being patient. And also, one thing that I've noticed is more and more look for the panic, right? Like you talk about often, Michael, is kind of playing the contrarian, but really it's just about seeing everyone position in one direction, right? And that's very important that you guys can pull off of. And, everyone was getting scared out of the queues, and now they're right back in, right? Usually big money is a part of those scares, right? So I think you got to be careful with things like that, right? A lot of traders get washed out in those times. The key, you need to be able to get out and get back in. Let's say if you were long the queues before this, it's okay to get out, right? I think that's where a lot of traders get run over, Michael. They just can't get out of positions. They get married and then they just get destroyed.
Yeah, and the ability to not do anything is
go from doing so much to doing nothing maybe for a week or two.
Right. And that is very hard for traders, because we love the act of trading. And that's why I always say, well, just fill. So for me personally, this was a problem when I became systematic, is I liked the act of looking at charts and watching the market and all of this. And I kind of had to put a lot of that aside. But you just replace it with other things. I replace it with researching and building new systems. And in this case, when you're sitting there, if you're a discretionary trader in cash, if you feel the need to hit the button, just redirect that energy into, okay, I'm going to just start going through lists of things that I'm going to buy when things happen, right? You're not saying go and take, if you can pull yourself away from the screen. The summer is coming to an end, so make sure you're having a bit of a good time, but fill that work time with other things. Fill that work time with making lists, setting alerts, making sure you have AIs yelling at you, that when the moment happens, you are the most prepared human being on planet Earth, and you're just clicking the buy on everything that you want to buy, as opposed to the guy who, slept the whole time. And when the market starts to break out again or down, and we get a clear trend in either direction, he doesn't have that scenario planning done. He's just like kind of making it up as he goes along.
Oh man, I always love when I'm getting crazy ideas in my head. I just got a crazy idea as you were talking there. It's always fun, right, to be creative. And I'm actually spitting this out to our CEO, or our former CEO, Michael Katz. So reaching out to him and telling him, man, we should just create a charting education game. Right? Like they can run through like a PS5 or an Xbox, and you can use a game controller. Right? That would be fun. That'd be fun. Right? Like, because then you could you can go get your dopamine hits in the video game, and then you can go trade for real, right? So who knows, man? You know,
Well, it's
maybe
one of the
something in
things
the
that
work.
I really support multiple monitors for is like
Yeah.
the amount of people, back in the old trading firm that, again, you would know when the market is busy because we all had like 3 27-inch monitors. All of those monitors would have charts. And when the market was boring, one would have charts. Maybe one's got social media, maybe one's got like the game on. And because you're trying to make sure you stay there on in your main monitor still is your charts, and just in case something starts ticking off, right? Things start moving, something crazy happens. But you've got these other things to kind of keep yourself busy so that you're not pushing buttons for the sake of pushing buttons, right? Where you've got,
Yeah.
again, put a TV or something in your office, or a second monitor. Throw up some bullshit Netflix documentary or something you don't really care about, and just make sure
Just
you're
watch us.
yeah, well, when we're on, come hang out here, but just
Yeah,
have
just put us in the background, put a little music, right? Vibe out, create
just chill out, man.
your cave,
Yeah.
right? Your cave needs to not only be that you're stuck on the computer, right? Maybe you have a really nice couch that you put in your office, right? And you just kind of like sit back and relax, and when alerts come on, you come and look,
Oh, before
right?
children, when all of the best rooms in the house weren't taken, I had like a lazy boy. I would
Yeah, dude.
just clink, and I had audio alerts.
I know you're like me. We're like, man, we took advantage of those days, but probably even could have pushed further.
Yeah, like I'd have the speakers on the computer on. I'd set, and this is a good tip too, right? On days like this, you just take a look at the SPY or even the Qs. You see how we've done absolutely nothing all day?
Yeah.
Set an alert here, set an alert there, crank up the speakers on your computer, and just go hang
Log
out with
out, dude.
us, go do whatever it is you want to do. And if you hear one of those like loud bings and bongs, you go, okay, we finally broke out of the range. Now it's time to focus up. It is very important. We talk about physical capital all the time and like actual capital. And this is what Trade the Pool can help you with, is give you access to a shit ton of capital. What we don't talk about enough is the whole mental capital side of things. If you are staring at the screen, and this is where I really started to say, okay, you have to become more systematic, is being like a 20-year-old kid and at the end of every day feeling exhausted, like I was hit by a bus. Every single day, I'm like, you can't do this forever. And if you're feeling that way too, it's just too much screen time, right? You're not having enough breaks. You're not letting your brain recharge. You're not, what we're doing is not physical. We are both just sitting here hitting buttons, but it is very mental. So, the other thing that I always thought was great is that a couple of the hedge funds I went to, they had gyms built into the hedge funds, and then they lined, like, you have your generic gym mirrors, and then above those were just a bunch of TVs. So these guys could go, and they're not worried about missing anything in the market. They even had charts up there, but you could go and like do something physical and kind of get outside and right, move your body so that you're creating that physical tiredness, but you're not creating mental tiredness at the same time. So you get away from the screens, you get away of all that. It's managing this stuff is, if you want to be doing this for a long time, it's not the most sexy thing to talk about, but it's so important, right? If you're going to want to be here forever, then you got to have a plan for this stuff to manage this kind of burnout and exhaustion and all this kind of stuff.
You got to, right? I think it's the only way, and I think you got to find what works for you, right? It's definitely important.
Well, I love this, right? He's like sitting and staring all day, runs the risk of convincing yourself to do something just because of a candle. And that's absolutely right. Your brain will start to play tricks on you, where at the end of the day, you'll look at the trade you took and you go, there's no setup there. I was just bored. And there's a sunk cost fallacy with it too, where you're like, I have been here for hours, therefore there has to be something to do. And each candle is independent from the candle before it. So there's, it doesn't change just because you've been here for a long time, right?
It doesn't, guys. We'll see if we can continue riding this. It's 10:48, almost to the 11 hour, but just riding the trades that I've already been in, right? And I think that's what a lot of traders are probably doing on a day like today, and it's a mixed bag, right? Like there's 4 sectors in the green from the open and the rest red. Where's the wipeout trade today? It's a cyclical trade. So that XRT trade is really falling off today. So if you want to know what's falling off, that's your kind of falling off trade. So
Yeah, just look at this. Look at this next candle. Just this, it just inside. RSP not recovering the way it needs to, and I think this is what's happening. Is the market's kind of getting tugged from both sides here, right? SMH is actually holding on pretty well, but it all happened on a gap. So everything else kind of gapped up and is just holding there. And then the average stock is just slowly kind of selling off, but that's going to end up doing near nothing for the indexes that are mostly cap weighted. So there's kind of 2 things. The rest of the market has to kind of catch up, or we just have to have the SPY end up catching up here as well. Taking a look here, the different sectors going on. The XA or gold, still not, right? So long this gold, that's been great, but range bound. And the thing we just got to keep an eye on, right, so much is USO, where it looked for a second that would have been a big deal, but in return, we kind of spike up again. I'm only seeing that one tweet from the man himself. Yeah, and there's
nothing else. There's nothing else. And then another thing that's happening here is with the market not going anywhere, you still leave room for the Qs to pull back. Why? Because like I've mentioned, that 725 range, do you see how we're just tapping that today? And we're just keep tapping that. At some point, that could be a hard rejection.
Jeez, I have no idea what happened to Wendy's. Let me go take a look.
Wendy's, that's called that's the Wall Street bets.
I was going to say,
I don't even need to ask.
Are the DGens so bored that they're like, you know what? Screw it. Rip Wendy's again.
Yep.
Nothing else going on. Send Wendy's to the
halt. It's in halt mode. It just went from 777 to 854 in less than a minute. Here, let's go to the 30-second chart and see how fast this came in. This came in less than 30 seconds. It's one order more than likely, because what I'm seeing is 2 million shares go through there at once. Like, I'd have to look at the tape. This is why you want to have like market books, right? Like full depth books. Like you could actually go back and see if that was one order, right? If that was one order, or was that multiple orders that kind of made up that share size, right? Because that's a big amount in 30 seconds to come through. That's why you get a hole, right? This is also the example of what you talk about with the market wizards, where they get to like a point where they can't put that much money into a trade. Yeah. This is the pure example of that, right? Because
what you said, 2 million shares?
Yeah, 2 million shares.
That would only be $16 million, right? So some of these guys who have, it's like only in quotation marks, but if you had $100 million account, all of a sudden a $10 million trade is only 1/10 of your account. So you do get to a point where you just cannot, and Wendy's is not like tiny, glove shitto, no one knows company. Like Wendy's is like a legit, real company that you can cause this craziness with, right?
And this tells me that he wanted more, because look at the bid right when it froze. There was 103,000 shares at the 853. So it was like, oh, if you come back, I'll still fill more, right? It was like one of those like almost like iceberg order, right? Where it's like, I want to fill, but the opposite way, right? Not like a iceberg on the sell, but more like a huge order that's trying to fill, and the price keeps coming higher, and it keeps chasing the price.
I made a big mistake here, guy. I went to Wall Street Bets and I hopped in their chat to see if there's any news. And it's just Axios, Wendy's opening the Strait of Hormuz effective 8/12. Like it's just they're just absolute nonsense. I cannot make heads or tails of any of these things. There's a lot of like Wendy's dumpsters jokes, which we can't really repeat on air right here. But yeah, it's they either don't know or they're not. They're Wall Street bets. I love it. I absolutely love it. It is just pure and utter insanity over there. It's the stuff that you expect to see in like video game lobbies, but these guys are just hucking around their accounts. Let's look in chat. Did anyone figure like if that's just one guy, that's a dumb guy that just did that. Like if it was one order, that's kind of an idiot. Like how could you not have known? Let's just Google. Let's do maybe Twitter. Problem is with searching any ticker on Twitter, there's just so many bots about my Discord room. We could join this, join whatever. Nelson Pelz prepares bid for Wendy's. So that's what, it's an insider. I don't know who Nelson Peltz is, but he is trying to buy out Wendy's. Perplexity. Who is... I don't know. I feel like this is like a name that I should know. They've got like a really stoic picture of him here and everything. Who that? There doesn't seem to be any details on the bid. Nelson Pelz is an American billionaire, activist investor, co-founded the Trend Fund, New York based. He's known for taking large stakes in big companies and pushing for operational governance changes, often through boardroom activists. He's also the actress of a father of an actress. So good for him. I don't know why you need to tell me that, Perplexity, but there we go. So yeah, someone's looking to buy them, but I don't think there is details so much for the buy. So there could still be some edge here because all I see is preparing bid. So this is an interesting one. This is like, I don't know, to go zoom into 1 minute, some action today. The fact that there is no action anywhere else makes me think that this might be an interesting one to take a swing at and see if, because I'm not seeing that, again, could be wrong, but I'm not seeing that there is any latest, not seeing that there's any like details on the bid, like what he's trying to pay for it or any of that kind of stuff, right? So it could be that it's incredibly undervalued. Like maybe, he's
Wendy's is open.
Yeah, we're back. And yeah, some dude's looking to buy it. So the question is, what price do you think he's looking to? If you think the reports are real and you think the price is way different from what it is, then you could crack some here. It's like put on.
It wouldn't be bad to risk off the 90 EMA. I don't mind the first attempt through the 90 EMA and reversal back through it, but that's just the way that I would look at it, right? That's like the only way I think there is to play this, because what you want to do is let that guy feel pressure. He's not feeling pressure until this at least comes back down maybe 50%. So I'm looking for that like quick dip into this zone, 815, 810, and then back up through the 825s. I'd set an alert. Right. So like Michael and I said, right, like set the alert, let the down action kind of play in, and then wait for it to really come back. Right. You're looking to see the first green candle. Right. You're getting nothing but red candles here. Let's see when we get our green candle.
Well, because the important thing to note is what the news is saying. The news is saying that somebody is preparing a bid. Bid. That right, they're not bidding, right? They haven't done it, and no one is sure where he is preparing a bid. Right now, a bid is always above. It's always going to be above the current market price because you have to convince the current shareholders to vote yes. And if you say I'm going to pay you less than you're worth right now, they are going to show you a middle finger and not vote yes on your plan. So there's two ways that this kind of rigs out. If in a bit his press team comes out, I don't know what you're talking about, because nobody announces when they're preparing a bid. So this is leaked information. So if they just come out and say, we're not preparing a bid, the thing's right back down to 750 where it started. Or if the bid comes through and it's like 10 or something, then there's a good edge to be had here. So these are interesting trades to watch as we're kind of wrapping up here. This would be a good one to watch into the remainder of the day, because, you know, if you do end up getting a nice little dip buy here, and then it comes out later and says, yeah, we're going to buy 10, we're going to pay 10.50 or whatever for the stock, you'll see a quick move up to that price when that hits, and a potential another halt. But again, there is that other world where this guy comes out and goes, I don't know. You've seen it so much in trading, where people just come out and they, like, some guy just spreads a rumor, and you know, this guy's like on the golf course or something, and he's got to like call in and go, I don't know where this is. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. I don't want Wendy's. Or the bid kind of comes out. So you do have this binary event, whether the news is kind of confirmed or not. But these are the type of things like we just talked about. I'm going to kind of take our last minute here, but these are the things that we just talked about, where even though there was nothing going on today, you still sit in the seat and you still look at the charts, because just being in this room, someone shouted out Wendy's, there could be a wicked trade here. And you wouldn't have known that if you just looked at it and said, man, we're in a range, nothing's happening, get me out of here. And that's, you know, the cool part about being in this community and having a good time doing it, right? Is that we were able to find something that's some amount of action compared to what we've seen all day.
All right, we'll see what happens out there, guys. It's been that type of day. Wendy's is coming back. The 90 EMA is holding now. Now would be the time that I take the shot, right? So we'll see what happens there. Micron is starting to pull back. Might get me out around the 919 level. I'll look to get back in a little bit late in the day if the Qs can continue the party, right? Because I'm not going to fight the Qs right now. The Qs are coming down. This could be the Microsoft cut down here type of day. So that's what I'm looking at, right? I could either just get out of my Micron and go shorting Microsoft for some time, and then at the end of the day, look to see if maybe I flip that position, right? So we'll look to see what happens out there. Like to tell you guys how it is. LITX easy is another one that I know LITE was bringing up. You got any LITE juice? For those traders that like to look at the juice, one of the best ways that I would tell you guys to do this is when you go and you put it into your platform right here on Trader Evolution, just type in the ticker LITE and look at the down arrows that we offer you. More than likely, one or two of those is your leverage name. There's LITC that stands out there, right? Maybe we don't have all of them. Maybe there might be another one that's being missed, but at least this way you do have access to one. Right? So I wouldn't go on the 30-second chart. Maybe want to go on the 15-minute chart. But then another thing is look at the volume, right? Because then this has no volume, right? So it's not always the key to just play the leverage, but we'll see what happens there. Shout out to Airplane Jane today with the call on LITE. We'll give her the call of the day, of course, as this has been a really nice reversal back to the upside. This stock was down significantly yesterday after having an 11, like a 17% day. It had a huge move right back to the 9, and look how it's right back to the resistance. These were the trades that I think you can be looking for, right? And it's very important. And where could you guys get more action on this? I'll show you guys right here because it's very important, right? So if you guys going into our Discord, I'm giving out this market intelligence brief, and a lot of the trades that I talk about, like even this LITE move, was literally right here in this outlook, right? It's talking about looking for those stocks that are pulling back at those 9 EMAs and looking for them to go ahead and make the move right back to the upside. Take a look at that report. Of course, you guys can get that every day out on the Discord. It's part of our exclusive give to you guys. So definitely smash the like. I hope you guys are enjoying the action out there. Gilead, definitely not looking bad, so I'm going to leave that play alone. And it's been a good day, Michael. Overall, we'll go ahead and pass it over now to the scanner side of things and keep the party going along. But thank you for joining me, Michael. Thank you guys joining me, and hit that like before you get out of here. We'll see you on the earnings stream, and don't forget about clicking those earnings challenges. Now to the scanners.
Yo, 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 what's up, everybody? How are we doing? It is not power hour, but it feels like it, doesn't it? We got socks ramping up here right as we get online. Are we potentially seeing this flag break? We're watching that. We're watching DRAM, tight flag, just swept out some stops. I think we have some room to cook to the upside. Liking this price action. Closing a little bit of my hedge here. We'll see if I have to put it back on in just a sec, but so far feeling good. How we doing, guys? What is going on in the chat? What's up, what's up? I see Talk saying sold light, sold Lumentum to fund calls for SpaceX. SpaceX absolutely ripping. I caught the light move. I played this one beautifully, if I do say so myself. What's up, Bronze Hands? What's up, Haunted? Hey, Talk. How we doing? I sold my Lumentum into 940 this morning. 940 this morning. Feeling good. I do still have a share of Coherent for fun. I'm not sure if I'm holding it into earnings yet. The flag looks really good. It's lagging Lumentum. Lumentum threw their high a day off amazing earnings. I don't know why the market was sleeping on them, but they were. So I'm pretty happy here. I'm pretty happy with the moves in photonics. I think Coherent wants to yeet on up even further. We can look at the hourly charts and pull back there a little bit more. But lots of action. We got Micron. Look at that beautiful flag, by the way. Holy moly, is that pretty. Man, how do you not be bullish on that? So we shall see if this move can stick, but man, is it looking good. And I think this is finally getting over the hump, getting over the 4-hour hump here. You see this level. We've been watching and waiting for the break. So we will see if it can smash through though. 932, we should be in action. Talk saying VRT has been nuts. I chose the wrong VT play. I'm in VST. This one's a little bit slower, but I'm in from 140, so I feel good about the entry. I've been bottom sniping some stuff, but it's all in such small size because that's what you have to do for somebody with my constitution to buy bottoms like this, to buy knives. What's up, y'all? What's up, Crow? Hey, Joe. Yeah, we're vibing. We're hanging out here. So let's see, what do we have on deck here? I think DRAM is especially exciting here. It had a nice high volume 1 minute candle just a few minutes ago. Right there, big push up, trying to get it going. We shall see. We shall see. Yeah, we got big liquidity above. I'm wondering if we can actually push through it. Probably not, but I bet you one more push to it is doable. One new high a day is what I'd like to see on indices. How are we feeling, guys? You missed MULL? Too bad, too bad. I had a little bit on overnight. I did not hold the whole way. I sold into 900 because I was over leveraged. I was late night trading and it was over leveraged. I was over leveraged. It was it could have been a little bad if it had gone the other way. But you know what? It didn't. So I'm back to normal non-psycho sizing. I wasn't doing anything too crazy, but just scalping because everything was working. So I was in some Lumentum, I was in some Micron, I was in some Coherent, and I was in some Nokia. Nokia's been a banger. I'm holding my Nokia too. I'm holding, guys, because my boy Lancer, he put me on the 200 day. He said, yo, do we like Nokia? I said, yeah, we do. We really like Nokia, actually. Off the 200 day, I thought it might catch off the 21-week moving average. 21-week moving average right here at 1150. It did not. Flushed right on down to the 200. And man, is it a nice catch so far. A nice higher low double bounce pop. We were buying at 945. I wish I had called this one out, but I was scared. So I did not know if this was going to be like TE, which has had some T-rubble under its 200. I thought maybe it would get rejected hard, but it's hard to say. But you know what? Who will never reject me? It's Josh Smith.
I always say yes to you, Steve. There's never a no.
Oh,
There's never.
I love you, buddy. How you doing, man?
Even when you said you would rather watch Barney and Friends than The Fifth Element the other night, I said, you know what? Barney and Friends it is over Fifth Element any day of the week if my man Steve says so.
Josh, you were supposed to be getting some rest and relaxation, not watching the stream. I thought the boss was away and we could play. So you caught me. You caught me in 4K there. But hey, I I'm glad we can move past this together. How you doing, dude?
Making it. We're making it. We're making it. Coach TB in the house. Good to see you. He didn't hear too long.
Yeah.
Crow, how we doing? Zach, how we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Nigel, Joe, everyone that's still around from earlier. How we doing?
Weird.
What's up,
We're having a
Bronze?
great day here.
Haunted, how are you doing? Oh man, how you guys doing? It's been a couple of days. Well, I was here yesterday for a little bit of action today. You know, slowly getting back to the live streams and getting back to the usual. But
Love it. Great.
got
It's
energy,
great to,
still hurting. You know, still lacking energy. It's like a combo. I've got it and need it when I want it, and then of course then it just like dissipates and goes when I'm not really streaming. But yeah, man, you know, trying to get the feet wet. You know, get just looking at charts. Really not really trying to trade this week, but just getting back, looking at just looking at charts overall each day. You know, keeping my head in the game. Probably may take Friday off again though this week. I may take Friday off again. Try to get a recharge, get a little 3-day weekend.
Josh, I like that. I mean, 3-day weekend's always great. Also, just Fridays, they're kind of whack for me. I've never been trading my best on a Friday, I feel like. You're just so close to being out of trading mode. You're so close to being like locked in. You know, you've kind of, you feel like the week is kind of almost over, you know? And if you lose any money, you're like, man, it's almost like they robbed it from my weekly P&L. And if you gain any money, well, obviously that's a little cherry on top, but I find that often I can get a little bit euphoric, you know, especially on a good week, and give some back. That's my personal pattern. So I got to do TA on myself, you know? Sometimes you got to do that personal self-TA, that whatever you'd call that.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Myself, I get that way. And I'll tell myself that. And then if I don't do it, then, you know, so it's just like one of those things you just set the precedent early on and start doing that kind of stuff. And next thing you know, you just stick to the plan that you say, hey, I'm going to take this day off. Or, because you don't need to trade every day. And yeah, like you said, Fridays can be wacky at times. So, yeah, and just then it gives me that 3-day weekend. I can sleep in and enjoy 3 straight days of, man, what time do I want to get up, you know, and cry a little bit if I need to cry a little bit.
Hey, you know, real men cry. Sometimes you got to just let it out to move on through that, you know? It's, I always say, like, man, how messed up would it be if we didn't cry when we lost something so dear to us, you know? It's like, that's what shows that it matters, you know? We're only renting this time, right? And we that's what makes it meaningful. So I'm sorry about your loss, man, again, but really glad that you're back in the swing of things. I think it's great that you're you're just right back into the charts here, and that's I think that's the way to go.
Oh, I got to show them off real quickly because I know Tax said eclipse any minute now. Was it 2024? We had that eclipse in April that went right over our house. We were completely blacked out. It was I've never been in the total blackout area. So that was really cool. And the one thing that's really cool, too, I love how Google, of course, the world and the AI we live in now. So I got to show this off real quickly. Can I maybe possibly get a little showtime here? Can I get a little
get on there?
Solar Eclipse 2026. You click on that. Look at that. How cool
nifty.
Is that right there? Right there. That was pretty cool. I actually stumbled across that there, Steve. So I wanted to just show that off real quickly before we head back over to SpaceX.
Rocky, that's a live one. That's
you got cool. I just typed it in because like I've been obviously so out of it, not even keeping up with anything outside of even stocks until yesterday. I did, like Monday didn't look at stocks, you know, the weekend or anything that outside of the world. I forgot that there was even a solar eclipse going on. So I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Let me Google that, and I thought that was pretty cool that Google had that in there. So like that little cool little animation when you Googled it.
Yeah, I love those. They had a National Cat Day a couple days ago. that was fun. I think you clicked it and it meowed or something. Yeah. I was thinking that would be such a fun job. I just want to do that. I just want to design the fun little stuff, little Easter eggs. You know, like when you say do a barrel roll, stuff like that. That's what I'm all about. I did just re-hedge. Ooh, nice timing. Okay. Whew. All right, Josh. Whenever I get a little bit antsy, I just re-hedge. You know, so that's what I'm practicing this week. I'm using it as an easy button. I've done all my math beforehand, and I know exactly how to hedge my port. And if I'm ever feeling anxious, because last week I was letting anxiety get to me. That's what we're going to be talking about on Friday with Alejandra in the money mindset session. But I was letting it get to me, and I was letting it take my eye off the prize, which is giving the best performance to you guys, giving the best show. So I figured out the cheat code. I do all my math beforehand. I do my homework like a good boy, and then I can just literally hit the button and I can essentially freeze the market for me. So right there, I saw that we were just coming up into a call wall, coming up into a level where I didn't know if we were going to surge on through.
Is that Paul Wall's cousin or brother? Call Wall.
That is. He's on the track Fills, not Grills, but Fills, because when he puts those limit orders in. Exactly.
You got the
I love that
brother.
I guess you're just cooler than I think we're both cooler than average, because I feel like for me that was like a middle school anthem. For you that was like high school?
Oh no, I was in college when Grills came out.
College. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, yeah.
Right there. I just got into college, but yeah, that was when the Houston connection and all those guys from down, all those guys. I forgot the other one's names. Oh, Mike Jones. Who?
Yeah. What is that? Something about you can't see my eyes unless my head is bent with my stunner shades on. Oh man, yeah.
Hey, that's back when anybody could rap. You're just like, all right, they're throwing all kinds of people out there now.
Yin Yang Twins, those guys were wild. We're just
like that, and the fact that they probably had one album that sold 1 million copies, and you're going like, those guys, thanks to Lil Jon. They got a platinum record or a couple of golds.
There you go, man. We got some Josh Crippen. Oh my god.
Well, he saw me. He's like, uh-oh.
Oh, you could throw it down. Okay. I saw Snoop going, okay.
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. That's all I feel like Snoop's trying to judge me right now. What I talked about it before. Remember, it came to somewhat fruition, but I went to school for architecture. So these are the blueprints that we have right here in the nice cool. I don't want to get them out, but went to school for architecture, took CAD in high school, and then, I thought I was going to be the next badass architect designing buildings in Fayetteville and houses and stuff like that. It was they tried to tell me how hard it was going to be. You're gonna be working 5 days, 6 days a week, 7 days a week. You're Saturday, Sunday, not off. You want to go tailgate party, Razorback games, not happening. I'm like, yeah, right. I can multitask with the best of them. Well, I can multitask with the best of them, but not when I was 18, 19. That just wasn't happening.
That's a tough sell, man. Yeah, that's it took me a while to learn how. I still haven't figured it out, but I guess a little bit better every day.
But no,
That's the plan.
I went in the second project. I was bringing this up. So the second problem, because me and two guys literally quit the same day and went undeclared. He went to business, I went undeclared. And then I went into broadcast journalism, of course, the background with ESPN and the stuff I've done. But first was architecture. Anyway, so the second big project we did, it was an old library. So you got to imagine, University of Arkansas opened up late to 1800s. This building was probably built late, I should say late 1800s. It may have been late 1800s, but early 1900s for sure. It was a really old building, but they moved the library into, of course, a newer, bigger library. But the old library became the architecture school, which was really cool. It was a really pretty building, obviously, in the architecture, right? You got to think about that. So it was a good idea. So we were the basement, like the freshmen were in the basement. We went down, we're in the basement, and we go down there, and the ceilings are probably about, they're a good 10, 12 feet high, even in the basement. Anywho, so we go down there, and all up against the wall, Steve kind of has a background that would look like it, but essentially, like, Steve has shelves, right? Well, these weren't shelves, but it looked like that. But you go up on the wall, and there was this string. Everything was in 1 cubic yard. Everything was stringed off, like in these perfect cubic yards, from left to right, from ceiling or from floor to ceiling, left to right for for a good 20 yards, 15 yards, whatever it was, because it was enough spaces for each student. Inside and what was held up on this, and still to this day, I'm like, man, I wish I could remember how to picture of that somehow, because I'm like, how did they even have this yarn? What they had was bamboo and the leaves that came off the bamboo, all up.
Bamboo.
Yeah, so essentially it was like yarned up bamboo on the wall. And we're like, okay, what do we do in here? There's all this bamboo and it's yarned up, pinned against the wall, and there's these little it's like little squared off, like square yards over and over and over. And every person, Josh, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they did A, B, C, D, J. So you're like, Josh, you're 3A, or you're C, you're 3C, or you're 5A, or whatever, right? So everyone had a square. Okay, cool. So I just have to go draw this square. Oh, not only did I have to draw that square, but then in the end, because everyone drew on the same square yard, we had like these square yard pieces of paper that we drew on. Everyone had to match together. So we had to essentially draw exactly what we saw on the wall that was in our A5, 3C or whatever. And then we had to go up there at the end and put ours up there, right? And it had to match everybody. So everybody in the class had to match. Yeah. Bro, we did that 2 times, and me and Andrew looked at each other going like, they're fucking, they ain't kidding. We have to get this to the dot, or we're going to keep, we were not moving on to the next project until every person's square yard. And we went up there because we did it like, okay, all right, we got to complete it by Friday. So on Friday of class, we had to go up there and put, and it would be like, we'd get to like 3 in. Oh, it's off. We wouldn't get like halfway through it essentially. And you're off. We could tell, we knew it was, our minds were blown. And still to this day, I'm like, how long did it take them to every square yard? Did they just finally go, that's close enough. You guys suck.
Just give up on you.
Yeah, okay, we're moving on. This is taking too long. But me and Andrew, like, of course, even other people that thought about it, I'm sure did drop out. We're just like, hold on a sec. We got all 30 of these have to match up perfectly on the dot.
Insane.
It was insane. So that they tried to let me know, hey, ahead of time, like, because they had an orientation for the school, but then they actually had, if you made the college because you had to apply for it, you had an actual orientation for the School of Architecture, and they tried to tell us when I went up there for both orientations, it's going to be tough. You're going to blah blah blah, and I was like, whatever. And then boy, they threw a wrench, and not only a wrench and a dodgeball at me, but then they threw a hammer, then they threw some tacks and some nails at me.
Can't do that. That's not cool. I did just stop out of my coherent here under this little swing low. Didn't like that price action. So far, Josh, I'm fighting my way to an even equity curve here since the high of the day, I should say. So I'm holding my high of the day equity curve, even though I'm heavily in semis and trying to like ride that line. So I think it was a good idea that I slapped the hedge on, but that I just want to let people know this is one that I stopped out on. I do still like them into the earnings, but it's going to be risky. Are you excited for those earnings, by the way?
By the way, just so everyone knows, just so you know, real quickly, I'll make that that right here. There's some of my renderings before I did it online. And so right here, I was already drawn out my floor plan for the house that we're going to be building. Yes, because this guy went to architecture school and he could somewhat put a house together. So, hey, in the end, Steve, the house that I'm going to build is a house that I designed to the T, my man. So I forgot about when to show that off. So it is kind of coming full fruition. Yeah, Josh, the architect. I wanted it bad. One of my buddies, which is funny, still friends with him, Keith. We saw me, Shane, Keith. Anyway, we lived together. Blah, blah, blah. We still have a group chat. Had a group chat now for probably 20 years. He actually went through the school and graduated the architecture school and is a really good architect in Northwest. Like and I've never told him that, but I'm sure he'd be like, well, you're living my dream as a stock trader because I'm always giving him a lot of good. He's a lot of home run trades in small caps even as well. Yes. But yeah, so like, at least my buddy is living my dream. And yeah, he went to the school. He did complete it. And yeah, it's one of those things like, man, I got to tell him one day, like, you know what? Here's a bottle of champagne on me. You're living the dream I wanted as an 18, 19-year-old. I wanted to be the next badass architect.
Oh, man. Architecture, it's such a cool... okay, I should say it's something that I know nothing about, but I know it when I see it. I know good architecture when I see it, right? And it's just something that sticks with you. Like when I'm walking around the city, it just feels so cool to see. It's like you get a glimpse into the mind of like... Yeah. I don't know. It's like you get to walk by Mona Lisa or something like that. It's like it's just as much art, but it's much more habitable, I guess.
Yeah. Especially when you get to those big cities like yourself, when you see the skyline and some of those buildings they've built, and the man hours and work that went through to all the way to completion. Well, of course, from the rendering of it to then actually building it. Yeah, it's a lot. It's real cool. But yeah, back to earnings.
To earnings, baby.
I was a little more hopeful for yesterday. Now, CoreWeave did give us a good pop and bump. I was wrong on Lumentum. I really thought Lumentum would give us some fun run, big moves, and it didn't actually. It was a little lackluster.
Wow. Josh, did you see what happened with Lumentum?
I did not. I have not.
Okay. First off, when I got stopped out of the coherent, they did rob me. I'm pretty sure it's going to just catch right there and go up. I did put it on Lumentum because I said, man, this looks just as good. I didn't want to mess with my hedge, so I was down. I wanted to be flat, basically. I'm still bullish. I just want to chill for a second, essentially. So I did add the Lumentum half the size of my core coherent because roughly twice, actually almost 3 times. So I guess I went a little overweight on that. But dude, look what happened with Lumentum overnight. This was wild as hell.
Yeah,
I
so
was
I did see the big move up now because I called this out. I said 940, 935. Essentially, the high and open from Monday was where I had this up to. Now, again, I say lackluster because I thought it would have done this yesterday and after hours. It was going to be a straight barn burner, baby, to that 900 plus handle. Now, it did do the level I talked about. It just took a little longer than it took, or I figured it would. And then, yeah, you're talking about the big move there at the opening bell. My man, that was all over the place. I can't imagine traders trying to day trade that.
dude, can I brag?
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to brag about this one because, okay, so first off, got in after hours here, a small position, one share, 829. 829 on the range break here. Maybe call it 830, but right around there, basically was looking for a breach. I actually scalped out of it at 850, or it like almost came into 850. Yeah. I saw this wick and I was ready to get out at 850 just because I was in one share and I wanted to just put a resting order in at support and kind of chill, just go off and eat. It was after hours. So I did that, got out here, put my order in at the high of the day. Yeah, high of the day. Yes. So 839, basically got a little bit of a discount, and then I saw that I was down a little bit, saw it was holding, so I averaged in. I was in 2 shares here, and then I would set an alert, and then I would just, I was watching TV, I was getting some work done, checking emails and stuff. I'd hear ding, oh nice, took profit on 1 shares, and as soon as I would do that, I would just put the buying order in right where I roughly thought support would be, right under VWAP usually, and it happened 4 or 5 times on this big grind up. And I was like, oh my goodness, awesome. I've completely free rolled. Like there's no way that I'm going to lose money on the trade now. So this gave me the freedom to just hold through morning stream, hold through overnight. And then I heard ding, my 900 order got filled. And then let's see. Yeah, 900 order, I guess, got filled here. I got out in the morning, like 9:05 or something. Then boom on down. I was waiting for this thing to show some life. And I was like, I have this line here. This is where I bought it yesterday. And it was really reactive in that little zone, that little area. So I just said, hey, I bet it does it again. That seemed like a good level to play off of. So I picked up 1 share again at 852. Didn't buy it immediately on the knife, but I did say, hey, there's somebody here. There's somebody here. And they pushed it a little lower. And then on the candle break right here, when this candle closed, so 851, I think. Yeah, right around there. So I'm so happy with myself here. I also am still holding. So this is what I'm working on, Josh. Just not letting something go easy if I know that the fundamentals are excellent, if I know that the earnings has already been cleared, that hurdle. And so I'm feeling really good about this one for the swing. But there's going to be some shake and bake with the earnings because Coherent is in the same space here, and they're right after the bell. Look at this beautiful cup, and I think handle. I don't know why I got out of this other than a little bit antsy, I suppose, but it does look really good. I think that this one wants to run. Maybe if we get a shakeout, I would love if they just said, I know we think we're going to break out. I know it looks like a cup and handle. What if they knock it on down to VWAP here towards the end of the day? That would make me really happy because then I could pick some up cheaper. But otherwise, we're going to be looking for the earnings gamble. We're going to be talking about how to play this, how to frame this, because I think on a higher time frame, this thing could follow Lumentum up and out and onto the promised land of 400 plus. That's definitely my top watch for earnings, Josh.
Okay.
You liking it? Do you know this company at all? They're pretty cool.
I don't really know them that much,
Fair.
honestly. Yeah, I mean, besides it looks just like Kohr or KOHR, which is an actual company that I see commercials for and products of. That's the only thing that comes to my mind right now is actually KOHR, not COHR.
Fair enough. This is one that I just hold in my long-term port. I don't stress too much about it.
Hey, check this out. Does anyone notice that I've added something in the background too, by the way? Check that foldable chair out. You know what that foldable chair is too, Steve?
What's that foldable chair too?
Hold on. Let's just do this again. We got to full size it. Check it out. Look at that foldable chair. Foldable chair, baby. That's from a WCW Nitro event. That's right.
What?
Ringside WCW Nitro chair. Check it out.
That's sick.
Look at that right there. Look at that. This is actually a real chair. This used to be this was my first trading and office chair. There's the WCW logo. There's your WCW Nitro, and it shows the actual date. And the stations my dad worked for that put it on. Yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm tired of my door shut and just having wall right there. You know, I don't want just the wall. I got to have something, you know, to show off. So what better than a foldable WCW Nitro chair? And yes,
That's
truly, my
when was
chair.
Sorry to interrupt you. When was WCW in effect?
Come on, that was like
that
that was one. Well, you were just being a baby. So Monday Night Wars, as they called it, 1994, 95. Were getting bigger. They were already something or they changed from one name to like WCW around 88, 89, 90, something like that. And then Ted Turner got in with them and got in cahoots with them, and of course put them on TNT and his Turner Broadcasting, and that's when they got big because they got Hulk Hogan, who then they got Diesel, who was Kevin Nash, they got Scott Hall, who was Razor Ramon, they had Sting, they had Ric Flair already, they got Lex Luger, so they were pulling all these names from WWF that they didn't want to pay anymore. And then they had the Outsiders. They had NWO. So they had New World Order, and that's where Kevin Nash and Scott Hall came over out of nowhere. And even me as a kid, I'm going like, hold on, they were just on WWF. Like, what's going on here? Why are they on WCW tonight? And that's where WWF kept doing the stupid Doink the Clown and really portraying, or they'd have like a black guy, because he's black, he's got to be from Nigeria, or he was kind of Mexican looking, so they made him a Mexican, right? They were doing that, really, that racial profiling, and then they were pushing all the stupid girl stuff. People lost interest, like I did. Like, this is dumb. I don't like this anymore. You're trying to I feel like I'm watching truly some kind of soap opera. I put it on WCW, and I was glued. They were throwing people through freaking car windows. NWO's taking over. I'm going, what's going on? Each week, it really was like a soap opera. It was like, I don't know what's going to happen next, Steve. I go, oh, God, I can't wait till next Monday. Like, I love Monday so much as a kid because I could not wait to watch wrestling.
You're the inverse Garfield. I love that. We need something to spice up Mondays again. I mean, Monday Night Football coming up. That's good. But I can't lie. I'm not a big football guy, so I need something else.
Funny, Monday for me in the 90s was crucial because my dad had to do Monday Night Football, of course, being in radio, so he had to do this. Hey, come join me at Diego's, and had hosted Monday Night Football event. So what came on before Monday Night Football in the early 90s on ABC? MacGyver, right? I'm being MacGyver. So I had MacGyver, Monday Night Football. And then now in the mid 90s, where if I wasn't, of course, now MacGyver's gone and he's off the air now, and now moved over Monday night. It was wrestling night, Monday Night Wars. What were you watching? WCW, WWF. So in the 90s, I was glued to Monday Night TV for sure. That was probably my favorite night to watch TV in the 90s. Besides Fridays in the late 90s, and of course the TGIF on ABC was killer.
Awesome, man. Wow, yeah. I need to. There's a really good video. I'm trying to remember exactly what it's called. I think it was called like Wrestling Isn't Wrestling or something like that. And it was a video essay that was like basically saying, yeah, it's not real, but it's actually more real because it's not real. The way that we can all join together and suspend our disbelief and just really enjoy something. It's I don't know. I love wrestling.
Honestly, I know for real. Yeah, Stone Cold. That's when it really just kind of really peaked. At least, especially for Mike and performances in ring. Stone Cold, The Rock. Absolutely were. And real quickly, because Crow asked about this earlier, so I got to go back and do one more show-off section for Crow. Crow said, you got to put in some. So I am putting in a bunker, so to speak, Crow. So we get tornadoes here in Arkansas. Right. So here's my blueprints. That's right. So you ever come to my house, now you know your way around. Nice 1,000 square foot living room right here. So nice and big, right? 32 by 30, essentially. Big, open. Got the 14-foot ceilings. We got the huge island kitchen. Of course, when we come in from the huge 6-car garage, that's right, count them up, 6 cars can fit in that bed, mamma jamma. We come in, what happens all the time when you come home from the road, Steve? You may have to take a number 1, maybe a number 2, or maybe a number 3, which is a combo of number 1 and number 2, and you just need to get straight to the bathroom. Well, you got your half bath. Well, guess what? Maybe I want to run home and go straight to the office. Well, all I have to do is go in the door, run up my staircase right there. Next thing you know, you find yourself into an 800 square foot bonus room above your massive 6-car garage with its own full bath. So maybe I got to do both. I got to not only check on stocks in my game room with skee ball machines, a side-by-side hoop 'em, arcades, and more. I can also go, you know what? I got to drop something off at the bathroom real quick before I check on the charts, or maybe even after I check on the charts, right? Let's work our way through here the rest of this big Ponderosa, Steve. Are you ready to walk through the rest of the Ponderosa with me?
Yes, that sounds intense, but yes, I am.
The Ponderosa, right? I want a split living room, utility room. So utility room over here, why in this huge L-shaped back patio? Well, we can let our dogs out in the middle of the day here. Nice 12-foot slider, or the 6-foot slider of the master bedroom. Right outside they go. But what if it's raining, Steve? What if it's snowing outside? What if it's gross and you don't want them to come back into the clean living room, or the clean master bed? Well, where we take them into this side entrance right here, utility room, we can wash them up, we can clean them, Steve. We'll have a drain on the floor. We can just have a party in there. We can have a foaming party. It's gonna be nuts. This isn't the stupid kitchen. This is just something they put in here. I've actually added some stuff to this. Obviously, this isn't the last rendering. We have some windows in the hallway here. We're gonna have a huge L-shaped patio right here, the outdoor patio grill, cooking whatever. Yeah, it's going to be sexy, Steve. I can't wait to cook you up some dogs, some brats. The wood burning fireplace, because of course, what's better in the winter than fresh wood being burned? Massive, massive walk-in closet right there with the island in the middle. It's going to have a shoe wall to fit 150 shoes. Oh, she's getting there. And then this is one thing I can't wait for, Steve. The big wet room. I've always wanted a big shower. Any shower me and Avery have ever had, we're always elbowing each other and trying to.
No.
I don't shower with her anymore. She wants to, I want to maybe, but there's no point to, because we're just going to drop stuff and we may fall. Oh, we're talking. Look out, we're talking 6 feet by 13 feet, Steve. That's right, 6 foot by 13. That's how big. This
Massive.
room. That's
Holy,
massive.
that's like my room.
Is that not huge? I can do. We could have 30 people bathing in that big ass sumbitch. We got the freestanding tub to go in it. We got the natural lights coming through, and of course over here we got the Jack and Jill bedrooms. Why we did this? Hey, in case we ever do have a kid, anyone comes to visit, they'll have a whole room to themselves with a walk-in closet, the bath over here. This is where the bunnies go. This is where the turtles go. This is all the extra stuff for the kiddos. And yes, there's our bunker right off the master bath. Because why? We have tornadoes come through here like it's crazy. Middle of the day or at night. So why in here in the bedroom, in the middle of the house? First off, it's F5 rated. Doesn't matter where it's at. It's not. It would literally take a nuke to take this thing down, I've heard. Secondly, which we don't want to happen. Secondly, in the bedroom. Why? Maybe it's in the middle of the night. We have tornado sirens go off, Steve. It's 2 a.m. Oh, yeah. All we have to do is what? Boom, right in there. Or the other thing which our kids are good at. Who's ready to go to bed? Oh, I don't want to wake them up. But if I say the word, let's go to bed, everyone knows let's go to bed. They all start heading to our master bedroom already here. So say if it's in the middle of the day, oh gosh, tornado, let's go to bed. Boom, we go to the master bedroom, close the pocket door. I'm a big fan of pocket doors. I hate doors that swing open, yada, yada, all the damn time. Don't want that. A lot of pocket doors, some barn doors in the house as well. So get them into the room, put them into the safe room, makes it very easy. And yes, we did, point being, all back to that, 12 by 8. I could go bigger. I don't want to go too big. Obviously, I already got 1,000 square foot living room. Look how big the porch is, the garage. I went big, scaled up. I don't care about the bedroom, side bedrooms being big. I mean, 6 by 13 wall. That's the wet room itself, Steve. Oh my gosh, are you talking about the overall room itself is like 13 by 13. Yeah, 13 by 13 almost anyway. So there are my levels. There's my house. We're going to have over here, we're going to have a pool, just so everyone knows. Oh, we're doing a pool, baby. There's the house. Come on over. AKNR 2027, maybe 2028. I want all of you to come. I'm cooking you food. We're going to have a good, I mean, this can hold 100, 200 people easy. Look, I mean, you got to think about the patio space. Patio space alone is almost 700 square feet. The garage is 1,300, right? The living, look, we can lose people. Not really. It isn't that big, but we do have big rooms. So I did want to show that off. I forgot when I was saying that. I was like, oh yeah, I do have the rendering of it. Oh, and yes, real quickly, of course, what does it look like? Well, there it is. There she is. Wow. There's that beautiful baby girl. And these windows up top, not only down the driveway, but again right here to bring in some natural light. Those 14-foot huge ceilings up top. Could have went taller, could have went bigger. It's definitely going to be big enough in anything we ever lived in. And again, like people say, they love it when they get those big houses, and then about 5 to 10 years in, and they go, maybe we made this a little too big. And I kind of wanted, I didn't want that to happen. I wanted big enough, but not too big. And so there is the beauty, the gorgeous, aka Ponderosa, and the Smith family Ponderosa coming up, my friend. So there you go. I had to show off my house that I did. I was like, oh yeah, I might as well actually show it off. I do have the actual blueprint there. Anyway, awesome. And one more thing I do want to show off while I have it up. One more thing. This is back to stock trading. I am only about $100 away on this eval I got. Buy one, get one, right? Buy one, blow one sale that we had about a month ago. I am Steve, just only $100, about $111 away. 1111. Looking probably one more trade away here from passing the eval and getting funded on this account. So I wanted to show that off today. Got another good win earlier today, and I wish I would have actually traded a little bit more, but Didn't really see a lot I liked in the small cap sector, honestly. Today, overall, it was a really jolty halt fest, as you can tell, just even right here alone. Look at that. I mean, look at this.
Oh, goodness.
All over.
Oof.
Yeah,
You
all
still
over.
my beating heart. That looks terrible.
Pre-market was, yeah, right. Pre-market was fine. It had good breakouts. We had some consolidation in the W or whatever, the U shape, maybe cup and handle. Okay, we're breaking for more. And I'm not kidding you, Steve. It was over an hour and a half into the opening bell that a 1 minute candle didn't halt. Every one of these halt. And so with the halt time with it, it wasn't until after around 10 plus my time locally, so an hour and a half after the opening bell, till we had an actual candle that didn't halt. I don't think I've ever seen that in my stock trading career where every candle halted as soon as, literally, as soon as this went live, like opening bell, boom, halted up. As soon as live, halted up, halted down. I mean, it was untradeable. The one I traded today and got a small piece of was, what was it, Joshua? VBI, I thought it was VBIO. VBIO, this one, same thing. I got the long side of it, and then I should have actually shorted it. So you can see I actually top ticked it, like I always try to. If it's going into a halt up, I like to take some profit as it's going into a halt up, because you don't ever know, just like this, when those halts up are going to be done, and you could fall back on over. And I wish I would have shorted this, and I was in a one-on-one as it was heading back below this 71 price where we opened up from the first halt up, gap up, and going, if we crack this, it's going all the way back to to Launchpad. And sure enough, it did, Steve. But this is really all we've had working with today. And even, what was RCMT? Rocky Mountain, well, it wasn't RC. It was RCMT. I forgot what it was. But it was Rocky Mountain Chocolate Company or something like that.
Yeah, that one's so weird. Why is that even a company? It's so bizarre. We're getting a breakout on SockSell, by the way, on the chips overall.
Nice.
I do believe.
Yeah,
nice high volume through a level.
RMCF was
RMCF. Yeah, I remember that ticker for some reason.
And it actually started halting right when all those other plays were halting. This all of a sudden started doing that shenanigans and finally slowed itself out to where you could get a good bounce play off of this node we actually were talking about earlier in the day. I really am surprised it actually held up as long as it had. But it has been a little bit more of a difficult day to trade in small caps. So I just wanted to give my quick recap of the small caps. And it got a good trade, still 1-for-1, green on the day. Looking to get one more essential trade, and I'm passing that eval, baby, and looking to get funded here on another 50K eval.
Nice, brother. I love it. I'm also into my I think I'm done trading period today. I think that I've secured enough profit here that I don't want to risk anything. So what I'm doing is I got my runners. I'm just adjusting my stops. Coherent, as we knew, it did swipe my stop. It stole it from me, Josh. But you know what? Lumentum pushing into new highs, and that's okay. I took that one instead. I think it's roughly the same distance up there, just another 1.5% scalp or so. Just basically securing my footholds into the Coherent earnings in case we do have the big boom play. I want some exposure in these. I think that they have really nice higher time frame charts. They could also pull back, so I don't want to put all my eggs in any one basket, and we will be trading that Coherent earnings print live. But I mean, this is looking so strong. I'm sitting here with my finger on the trigger to rehedge if I need to, but hey, we're through the level and we're cooking. So it feels like easy money is the way to go here. Just keep riding the trades that are working and then take the money into the earnings, leave just a little bit on the table. That's my plan, at least. Oh, who dat? Is it that girl?
Hey, what are you doing? It's like, what are you doing?
No, she messaged me. She's good. I got you, Alejandra. How you doing?
I mean, no offense, but did you ever show up? Okay, back to college. Classes are 50 minutes long.
Let's not talk
At this point, I ain't even showing up. I mean, what's the point to show up with 15 minutes left in class? I mean,
I was trying so freaking hard to log on with my freaking hotspot. I don't have Wi-Fi anymore because I got rid of my Verizon Wi-Fi, so I have to get Xfinity, and my phone was just not connecting to the hotspot. So I'm like, dude, I'm getting so annoyed. And then Ella wanted to go on a walk, and I'm just like, oh my God, seriously. But
Snowman keeps us all on track. He holds us all accountable there. That's okay. I don't mind. What have you been up to today? Take any trades since our morning session?
I'm so annoyed at the market. I mean, I had a feeling that it was going to come down to the level that I had here at 29,860. And because it was just so choppy and barcoding and ranging, it was really hard to stay in my trade. So every time like I shorted, I was in profit. And then
Yeah.
every time I saw that pop, I was just so traumatized from last week. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get out because I don't want it to continue to go higher and then make a new high, which was what I thought was gonna do. And it probably will, maybe at the end of the day, I don't know. But it did come down to my level and I got stopped out twice. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, it was a really tough, choppy morning session to short. I know that I was watching chips primarily. They were showing relative strength, which is why I was kind of just leaning into this theme. I was hoping this flag is not very clear on the 1 minute, but on the 5 minute, it looked really nice. Especially, this is a setup that I love to watch for, guys. So we have basically our morning sweep on these wicks. See, I'm drawing from the wicks here on a 5 minute chart.
Yeah.
And then we have 2 taps into it and it forms kind of the middle part of a zone. So you have this and then you have this messy noise and then it comes down, makes you think you're going lower. It sweeps under these,
Yeah.
but that is all she wrote. It held this zone and then up, back test, and now just pushing really nicely. So this is a really nice one to watch for, guys. This kind of pattern here where you think the low is in, the higher low is in already, but then it washes that out and makes you think, oh man, I was just wrong. It's just failing. Because I thought it was going to break out here and I put the hedge on when it lost here. Then it came down here. I sold half my hedge and then instantly went like this. I'm like, okay, fine, we're going up. You know, it was like one of those, like, okay, whatever you want to do, Mr. Market.
I like it.
So a talk saying he actually likes the short on photonics. And I think you're right. It's too much too fast. I also think the fundamentals are just phenomenal. So I would be kicking myself if I spent all this time and effort to I had a share of Lumentum at 650, Josh. And you know what? I sold it for $70 and I got back in at 830, 828 or whatever. So you know what? I'll take my bites, my big chunks there. But you know what? If this thing comes down 10%, I still want at least a couple shares, just a little footholder, just because I think this is the future. I think this is the only bottle or one of the most legitimate bottlenecks. I still need to do a little more just research to make myself feel better about holding through 10% dips.
Okay.
But I think I have enough of a cushion that I need to have some money on the table. So talk, how about this? You can get your short, but just make sure you buy after you're done shorting and pump my bags. Your long optics too. Okay, good. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. We're good.
Dude, SpaceX is going to 160, no doubt. Like, look at it pushing. It's 145 now.
Man,
Look
what
at it.
an absolute Chad.
She's a burner.
Why am I not in this? Why have I just like watched it happen, the whole thing?
Here. This and silver, I was so bummed that I missed it.
I mean, you can say that about a lot of plays.
True.
Talk is putting us on again. All of his GLW ads have been phenomenal. I'm going to add one share just to ride with him in honor of Mr. Talk because, man, does that look good. I agree. I think that looks phenomenal. I'll grab one.
You know, it looks
Just
phenomenal.
just nibbling.
Let's talk about this real quickly. 10-foot bed. That's right, Crow. I'd go back to the house. More house talk. Let's do it. Yeah, we're doing the 10-foot bed. They make 12-foot wide beds too as well. We're going with the 10-foot. That's what's going to fit in the master. You better believe it. We got 4 dogs, 3 dogs that sleep with us. We're going with the 10-footer. Tack asked about, can we do a little outdoor pizza? Oh, yes. So these are some of the ideas that are going to go into that L shape. I don't know exactly what will go into that L, but something similar. You know, we have a cooker. We've got the smoker. We've got the green egg over here. We've got the flat top. We've got a few different ideas.
Why are we talking about beds?
My house that I'm building, Boo Boo. We were talking
Oh,
about.
you didn't see because somebody was late to class.
Yep.
But Josh the Architect, which also is like an awesome rap name, by the way, or like a DJ name or something. If you start making beats, you got to be Josh the Architect.
Love it.
That's sick.
Yep.
But
something similar, something like this.
Wow, that was beautiful. Yeah, something like that would be so nice.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Here
man.
we go.
Josh, we got to do this. We got to do this meetup in Arkansas.
So,
That's what you guys call it, right?
Yes,
so
right.
45 minutes of stream. We only have 45 likes and only 35 people watching.
Yeah, what are we doing? Because this is what this guy's getting. This is how. Listen, you're talking to successful traders, and then going back over to Snowman, he said 20 million out in Cali or whatever he said, San Fran. Look what this costs. The house that's on my road, you get not only I'm getting 6 acres, 6 acres. They got one lot which was 3 acres. So imagine this: you get 3 freaking acres, 3 acres. Look at all that land you got.
Holy
Just
moly.
land
I already
on.
had Josh.
Look at this. And look at this. 800K. This is limestone too, by the way. It's the reason why this house is a little bit more expensive. 4 bed, 5 bath, 3 acres. Also comes with, and look how big this thing is in the back. Yeah, that's a freaking heated and cooled 30 by 40 shop with its own bathroom. So you could throw your kids out there. You could throw your grandparents out. You could throw your parents out there and say, hey, this is actually as itself. This right here is an actual side room for your parents if they get too old. So that's an actual room right there and considered one of the bedrooms to the house. But also 30. So you got to imagine 3 acres, limestone, all the nice amenities. And this is kind of where I designed my living room ish, right, with the tall ceilings and the beams up top. Look at all this you get for $800K with 3 acres and all that with the shop in the back. Yeah, that in other states. That's why I'm living in Arkansas. No offense to all you Californians out there, you wouldn't find this. What do you think the cheapest price anywhere in California? And I mean anywhere, even if it's in the whatever you call the Boone Hills, the redneck area.
Maybe like 4.5 mil.
Yeah, Josh, for 800,000 in San Francisco, you can get a broom closet, but you have to share it. It's sublet. It's tough. You're like Harry Potter, but less loved. You know, it's worse.
Look what you get for 800K in Arkansas, baby. I mean, you're talking about,
Wow.
and there's their safe room that kind of mine came into it. Mine's going to be 8 by 12. This is only 6 by 6. We got to fit, a few dogs in there. But yeah, I just want to show a little bit more of that off. That's when I saw it. I was like, and see, I don't like this. I'm not a big fan of this. That's why mine will be one full wet room where this is all in. Now, I don't want to get out and get on a towel and there's water on the floor and all that BS. No. Put it all in one englassed area. Then we're talking my wet
I like
room.
that idea.
Oh yeah, you missed it. I think you've already seen the floor plan though, haven't you?
Yeah.
You've seen it before. You didn't miss much. We just got to talking about architecture. No, that was TAC, and now we'll get back to stock trading again because TAC asked about. There we go. Boom. TAC asked about last question. TAC asked, which was a good question. When a trade's not going my way, what do I do? Well, essentially, I always have a stop loss in place, right? So whether it's a long, it's a short, I have my stop loss, and because what happens a lot of the time, I'm actually right. And so a lot of the time when I think the play is not heading in my direction or it's not working out, I'll stop myself out, like especially early on, like in the green. Like, I'm just going to take it. Well, in the end, I come back later for it to go to fruition and work out even more so. So I never feel a trade's not working in my favor. I'm literally like Michael Jordan, where I feel every trade I take is going to win. I mean, again, let's just go back to this, which again, one last time. I'll show my screen again one last time here, I promise, for the day. And boom, here we go to my screen. Right here, we'll go to account statistics. For the range, let's go back to when I first opened this, which is about, I don't know, always go back to July 1st if my computer will let me here. I don't know why it's being weird right now, so let's do this. I have to get off EVMux. EVMux loves to freeze on my screen. Oh, this is what also freezes my screen, was when I'm on, not full screen on the TTP. There we go. Now I'll be good to go. Now I'm not going to be freezing. All right, let's go back in time here. So we'll go back to, why is this not letting me go back? Thank you. July 1st, so August 12th. Win rate is what I'm trying to get to. I've got a 90% win rate over the last month. 85% points, 85, 86 going long, 91, almost 92 going short. Why wouldn't I think I'm going to win every trade I take, right? So I'm very positive. It just is Optimus Prime, MacGyver, Michael Jordan, whatever it is. So I feel like I'm going to win every trade. Even when I don't feel it's working out, I still feel it's going to work out in the end. But in the end, if it doesn't, I have a stop loss for a reason, and stop loss gets hit. Josh is wrong.
So how can I get my brain to think as fast as yours?
Adderall?
Yeah.
Because this morning it was really hard to focus on my trade, the stream, and battling.
Oh, that's so
And my
tough.
Wi-Fi was acting up. I was so annoyed. I was genuinely like angry. Like I was like so angry. I just wanted to shut everything off and walk like outside or something.
Walk into the wilderness.
Yeah, seriously.
Forget about trading altogether.
Because I was up 800 here. I was up 500 over there. And I just wanted to get out of the position. Like I just wanted to close it. And I couldn't close it. It kept like flicking. And I'm like, dude, this is so frustrating. Like and then I was like, can you guys hear me? I was like that. Can you guys hear me? Hello? And I could see myself asking and no one was responding. And I'm like, dude, are they ignoring
We could
me?
not. We could not.
Like, okay,
We weren't
maybe
even
my
gaslighting you.
Dude, I've been having issues all day. So I'm like, I'm done trading. I'm probably not going to trade all week.
Tech or Pro. Tech was talking about Boxel. Yep, looking at it, that's the only one I'd see. I would say Boxel would be maybe your only one for the rest of the day, possibly for small caps. Even T-Web over my lobby said that before I came over here, and I was like, good call. That would be your your main one. 430 was the bounce alert for me earlier. I was in a one-on-one. I said, let's take a bounce at 430, and it worked. It went all the way back up to 5. So that was really your only true bounce play today. And then Drama Mama is honestly still trying to hold up there. Steve has that. I always call it Drama Mama.
I like it. Save the drama for your mama. Make this a nice and easy trade for me. Come on, let's get there. I'm in this one pretty big because this is an ETF, so it means that I can hold drawdowns a little bit better because I'm not banking on any one memory company. That being said, it's all the same trade. So if one goes down, they'll bring them all down pretty fast. So the old Texas hedge. I got my finger on the SOX S trigger just in case, but I think memory should outperform the rest of the sector, and overall, I do think that probably I should be hedging with something that isn't chips, but I'm just doing it for simplicity because I know for a fact if chips go down, or if these go down, chips overall will go down as well, So isn't that the worst when you try to get fancy and you try to hedge with like, oh, let's see, I think chips are stronger than software, so I will long chips and I will short software as my hedge on every pop. And then you wind up getting double run over and you don't know why. And you're like, oh, I'm exit liquidity today. So I'm keeping it simple, keeping it straightforward, but we are getting this nice push here on the Rama Mama.
I'm thinking, now you're going to have
what are you thinking target wise? I think this thing could go 55.
Today?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you meant today or if you meant long term. I think long term it's going, I think this is going to go
plus.
I think this, if it gets back over 55-20 area, watch for this to move into around 59-50, almost close to 60. That's right. I'm going next.
Look at that zone. Well, there you are. 60.11 is the 50% pullback. 50.11 is also sweeping these wicks. 50.11 would make my day. So I'm in. Sign me up.
Let's sign you up. Boom. Let's get it. Earning or power hour. Steve, I think, has been starting at the start of power hour for us. So it will be power hour, and then we move over to that earning stream as well. And yeah, smash the like button. I think we're gonna maybe pump the brakes on because we've been giving out so many 25K evals for the 50 likes. I think we're gonna pump the brakes on that for now. Talking with people in the background to at least keep that going, but we're gonna up the ante and make it 100 likes. You're gonna have to get to 100 likes now before we give away.
You got to work for it. You're getting it too easy, guys.
Yeah.
You got to understand. We love you, but we also need to continue growing. So hit that 100 likes. It'll be just as easy as the 50 was last week. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It does no difference for you. You're still going to get consistent rewards.
G. Thomas.
No. G. Thomas, you're doing like a quarter of the work just on your own back here, by the way, with all those, throw those thumbs up in the comments. We appreciate you very much. So no despair. Bronze Hands, 100K eval. Well, maybe if we get to 1,000 likes.
Steve,
I don't make the rule.
We got to get up there high, baby, before we give one of them bad boys away. Hey, y'all have been giving, honestly, so all summer we've been giving those away like candy. We're going to start, of course, still keep up with the earnings giveaways like we've been doing for the eval giveaways where you predict the earnings price, the print price at a certain time. We're going to stop on the 50 likes. We want to up the ante. Come on, guys. Yeah, we can't. Oh, 50 likes. Come on. That's nothing. That's baby stuff. We need to get to 100. We need to get to 150. We want to get to 250. And I know you guys can help us get there. D-Tab says Oracle, Amazon, HIMS. Do you want an update on all of those? How about you take Oracle and HIMS and I'll take Amazon since I'm long-term on Amazon, Steve?
Let's do it. You said I take Oracle?
Oracle.
I can do Oracle.
How about Alejandra take HIMS because she needs a HIMS in her life? What's a good name?
A guy.
I said a good HIMS. Yeah, well, that's what I meant. A good HIMS. She needs a good. Well, of course, I was using the ticker name. She needs, she needs a stud muffin, someone that mows and cleans and does laundry and picks up the dog poop and pee. Steam vacuums the carpets like I just did. Does the architects? He designs houses. He has 6x13 wet rooms that you can jump around in. Alejandra, that's what we're talking about. Any names? Any names popping up, Ale, or nothing? You're just blank right now.
No, I don't need anything in anyone.
Oh, she says.
Hell yeah, you don't need no man.
No him. She says I don't want any dudes. I'm done with dudes.
No.
I'm re-hedging, by the way, guys. That's why I'm quiet here.
Hamid,
Sorry.
Do not
sorry,
try to
sorry
put
if
me on
Hamid's
the spot.
listening. Sorry, Hamid.
We are not doing the dating show again.
Come on, it's fun. I love those old school shows. Behind door number, or say door number one. We have Bachelor number one. That would be fun. Honestly, Ollie, not that you
I
have to
want to
pick
know if
one,
I'm
but it would be fun to have, like, Trade the Pool dating show with Alejandra. Meet our most eligible bachelor and bachelorettes. We'll have Caesar on the show too as well, right? I mean, we can't.
Dude, honestly, like I think that would be such a big hit. Like if we did that on a Friday night and, just like for fun.
Yeah.
And then, you know how we do the battles and the people like come up and battle? Like I want to do that and have them come up and then I'll interview them,
Yep. Real quickly, I'll go to my chart. Well, I got it pulled up, rock and roll. I'm down with that. I'll just say, hey, here's what we're going to do. Usually, most of the time, they say sounds good, and they're down with whatever I pitch. So we should try that. You and Caesar. And we have some kind of like cute like background music. Da-da-da.
But they have to fill out an application so we can like, not have anybody waste our time.
Oh, well, yeah. We would screen them ahead of time for sure. I'm going to go over to Amazon. We broke the flag. We have broke the flag. Who was it again that asked about it?
Look at SPY too. I think it's
DTAB.
I think it's breaking the support here. It couldn't go any higher, so I think we're gonna come down lower now.
There's a huge divergence between SPY and QQQ even. Actually, SPY and SOXL. So money's just flooding into chips today, guys. Who knew?
Right.
Who knew? Who knew?
Downtrend. We're in the downtrend. So look at this overall. I have Amazon. It's my long-term baby. I was hoping we'd poke our head to 300. Unfortunately, we're not. Watch for this to come down to the bottom of this downtrend. 6460 or 6450, 65 area is going to be your landing spot. In my opinion, we could go even a little bit lower if we don't chase into this soon. We could pop up, still come down and test it again. But I do have this down. We've broken the structure of our flag, which the bottom of the flag was right around 71. We've cracked that today. Now fully overall in this downtrend as we work our way back to 65, 64, 50. Reporting to you here at Trade the Pool. I'm Josh Smith. Also go by AK47, and there's your update on Amazon. Over to you, Steve. Maybe you can give us a little breakdown on the other two.
Yes. The breakdown is I am hedging. So breakdown. Okay, we're good. We're good. There we go. Oracle first up. Oracle coming in hot today. Nice action, relative strength relative to the Qs. This is off the back of the NBIS / really CoreWeave news there. CoreWeave, great prospects on their earnings. They double beat. They finally beat the trend of going down on a double beat. So we are finally at an inflection point in that regard. I think we continue to see hyperscalers, hyper spenders, hyper CapEx guys like Oracle doing pretty well here. Are they my favorite in the basket? Absolutely not. I also just hate Larry Ellison, but that's a me problem. In general, I do think that we're reclaiming a big level. Probably buy some Oracle here. That's what I got there. What was the other one?
Oracle, Amazon, and hymns. Remember, we're talking hymns.
Hymns. Oh man, if you're long this, you need to sing some hymns. No, actually, it looks kind of okay. It looks like it's consolidating over the 200 day.
There's some hymns for you.
Pretty good. Okay, I like it. So what I would say here is I don't like a downward facing 200 day. That being said, we are above it. That being said, if we get below it, nothing good happens under a downward facing 200 day. What we can look for is a reclaim of the upward facing 50 day. We got some push, some pull. It's interesting. You often see the pinch between moving averages. Rarely do you see the megaphone between moving averages like this. So that's what we're watching. That's the shape where we got to break. This is a spicy Dorito, and you got to play.
You had
whichever way it goes.
Spicy Dorito. Gosh, I love those
Like
spicy nacho cheeses. Oh my God, I could eat a whole bag of the spicy nacho cheese.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Wild cherry
absolutely.
Pepsi, and my God, on the road. Next thing you know, I'm licking my fingers, and I just trying to drive at the same time. Now I've got red stuff all over my cap to my wild cherry Pepsi, and just.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. Hertz is squeezing. HTZ is squeezing. I'm gonna grab a few shares just for fun. Just for fun.
MU is hitting new high today, so they had an alert on that from G. Thomas. Yeah, nice, good pop there. I think we were talking about that Soxfield DRAM. We've been on that one earlier in the day with Steve talking about that.
I'm in 10 shares of HTZ just for fun at 278. 278. 10 shares of HTZ. My friend is calling out a squeeze attempt. They're loading up a bunch of 4, 6. They're loading all sorts of calls up to the north side here, so we could see some shaking, some baking, some rocking and rolling on this HTZ chart. Grain of salt, this thing is very silly.
How would you trade DRAM if it's already like this high up and it has a lot of room to run still?
I would wait for a back test of the high of the day and add there.
How do we know that we're going to get a back test?
Isn't it like under high of day right now?
It broke that flag.
Yeah. It broke the high of day and now it's like hanging out inside. I would say a clean back test would look like a bigger push above and a clean retest. There it is. There are your hymns.
That's what I was looking for earlier.
Guys, if this HTZ trade pays off, I don't know what I'm going to do, but it'll be pretty cool.
It looks like
I'm gonna make $2. That's what's gonna happen. I'm actually probably gonna buy a little more.
if it holds 273, watch for that push into after hours high from last Thursday. Speaking of the worst day I've had in quite a while, last Thursday had earnings in the morning, but in power hour in the afternoon when I'm crying like a baby, this play was actually rocking and rolling up to 296 off of earnings earlier in the morning. So that would be your potential, that area. And if we get through that, then you have some maybe off the lid toppage we could work with and maybe and see. But that would be your main target for now, anyone that is looking to take that with our boy Steve the Achieve. No crowbar today.
I think the market is going to pull back.
It's possible. It's possible. I will trim a little more.
I'm taking a small short position.
On what? Just market?
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
That's pretty much all I trace.
I respect that, honestly. Oh, I just got my sock sell crossing my re-hedge line. So nice.
SpaceX.
We're back for earnings, right? At 12:30.
Yep. Steve will be back at the top of the hour. So Steve will be back in about an hour from now. You join as soon as you would like to, Alejandra. But yes, that's when the earnings.
I will be here.
Yep.
I got this phone fully charged on hotspot, so I should be good.
Nice. I have a one-on-one in the actual start of after hours, so I doubt I'll be joining you guys today, but maybe tomorrow. I know it will be a little slower on the earnings side of things, so maybe tomorrow I join and give you guys a little spark of life.
Sounds like we're dying of thirst or something, but yes, we would love to have you, Josh.
No, you know what I'm saying. I like to come in out of nowhere and then just say, "Hey, how you doing?" I just don't really have that energy in me. That's why, yesterday, of course, even Monday, I just didn't have that. I'm still lacking a little bit overall. Real quickly, Santoro, how do y'all feel about AMD through power hour? All right, last questions. Put them in chat right now if you want anything else. Otherwise, we're about to head off, take the break. I need some food. Speaking of energy, gonna go have me some leftover shrimp tacos.
Some shrimp.
So good. Oh man, Avery makes some of the best shrimp tacos you'll ever have, and her homemade coleslaw is out of this coleslaw world.
That's so cool.
I see this for the rest. Well, 46 huge. 46 right in that area. 46, 46.50. Got to hold that. If we don't hold that, watch for a crackdown. Like, again, trying to put a gun in my head. What do I feel about it through power hour? And watch for a bounce off of that 46 mark, or 86. 86.
Or 80. Okay, I was like, what was happening?
486. Yeah, Josh is still reeling from last Thursday a little bit. 486 to 486.50 is your main threshold. That's the line in the sand. I'd be looking for a bounce off of that or a crackaroony of it, my friend.
Crackaroony. I like it. Yeah.
I just got a news update that Iran calls for U.S. Congress to investigate President Trump and his family over alleged war-related insider trading and stock market manipulation.
Well,
good luck, brother. We've been trying to do that for a while now.
Yeah. Well, and that's why he's trying to change, like did y'all see what he's trying to do with what's this? Oh my God! What is he trying to do with the tax? My brain right now with the stocks and the taxes, and he's trying to change that too as well, so he doesn't.
He's trying to go after Mamdani's tax, saying that it's unconstitutional or something. I don't think that. I think that gets struck down.
That's right. The capital gains tax cut, because that will help him, and which will help him too as well.
Of course. And meanwhile, he's getting on live TV and saying, "Oh, that super PAC. Actually, I control that. I control that money." It's like, bro, that's very illegal. So let's see if anybody does anything. Probably not, but it's still wild that we're just saying it on TV. Sorry to get political, but like we have laws,
I hope we do anyway.
Well, they're on the paper. They're on the books at least. That's all you can really say.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys.
Love it, love it, love it. Real quickly, thoughts on AMD if you want to, Steve, before we head out.
Yeah, I think I hope it's back testing right now. It's one of the weaker semiconductors. It is not weak per se. I'm watching this back test. I am about evenly delta neutral hedged here. I'm neurotic, so I just, while I'm on stream, I just keep making sure that I'm even if we're going down, and then I take it off if it looks like we're catching. Right now I am even. So I have my hedge on. I'm not expecting a bounce yet. If we get it, I would love that. I'll take the hedge off. That's where I'm at.
Boom shakalaka bam to bam. Scanner's coming up for now, and coming back in about 55 minutes will be Steve and Alejandra. Caesar will be joining them after that as well. Some earnings coming up, so stay tuned. See you guys back in a bit. Smash that like button. We're trying to get to 100 likes. Smash, 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 smash. I will see you guys back here tomorrow. Got a more elongated day. Finally, some more Josh time tomorrow. I'll just hop on for the earnings, sure, why not? But also, we have the J&J show tomorrow. We've got the call-in show as well, and call-in show topic, just in case anybody is wondering if they're intrigued to what that would be tomorrow. Well, it's what is your process for dealing with FOMO? We'll talk about that tomorrow.
It's going to be great.
Ooh. Yep, scanner's up for now. See you guys back in a bit.
Sounds good. Later.
Bye.
Bye. guys? Grooving? Jamming out here? This is some music. Hopefully it's playing for you guys and I'm not just looking crazy here. All right, there we go. Full screen. This is what you guys do all day on the scanner? I didn't even know. What's going on? What's going on? How we doing? I'm short. I'm short a little bit. Doc, you got in my ear. You got me thinking, why push it? I took the money. I might get back in. But I took the money. Good day. Just very minorly short. I'm basically delta neutral, holding some DRAM, doing its very best. We'll see how it acts. Here. In on photonics, pulling back to where I trimmed. So this is where I got in too, second time. Trimmed a little early, missed that pop, came back down, rebased. I said, hey, I just got stopped at a coherent, I'll get in this one. Took this one to 950. So I missed this part too, but not in. Didn't get caught in this washout. Do I buy it again? Eventually I gotta get smacked, right? Eventually it's gotta stop working. So I should be chill. Chill. How we doing, guys? What's up, D-Tab? What's up, Snowman? Still in HTZ? Yeah. So I think HTZ is squeezing, or trying to be squeezed. It looks beautiful to me. I'm in literally 10 shares. I also bought some 328, 3.5C calls for about $26, I think, each. A couple of those. So that's good enough for me. If it does something crazy, awesome. If not, I'm out $50, and I will not lose over it. All right, I got a cat climbing all over me. Cat hair on my face. Let's go, baby. So, what we're trying to do this week, more energy. So this music's helping, but I am going to turn it off because it's a little ridiculous. Let me find it. All right. Having too much fun. HTZ looking very strong, looking like a squeeze. What's up, Matthew? How you doing, man? Willie in the house. Let's see. Your SpaceX calls banked. I jumped out with, what is that, 1,200 profit on calls I got late Friday. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's take a look at this. Give Mr. Willie his flowers. What you want, an air horn, or you want some, we'll give you some applause. There we go. How about that? Just kidding, you get the air horn too. That's a nice trade. SpaceX still going in my book. As long as it holds this, I don't see anything stopping this train. That being said, how we feeling, guys? How we feeling on the indices? Are they holding this VWAP on Qs? That's the question of the day for me. Question of the power hour, I should say. We could be looking at this as a back test of a breakout. Could see a sharp recovery. That's why I'm kind of not antsy, but just watching my short side so I can take that off and let my my shares fly. I am long Nokia from last night, coming down a little bit. Wake me up if we lose VWAP, otherwise I'm not worried. Socks still heavy. Q's trying their best. Just not seeing it quite yet. We are seeing the oscillators oversold on the 1 minute, so we could see a potential turnaround. On the 5, we are still cooking down though, so I'm not sure a bounce does too much work here. That being said, like I said, it is at the breakout backtest level. I'm just not so convinced this is a breakout backtest instead of just a double top on the day. These names have been so hard to call a bottom on. I'm pretty sure we are in an uptrend and we buy dips. I still think there's enough volatility that we probably need to sell rips too. That being said, is this a little bid candle? Looking like it. It's pretty strong. We shall see if it holds. I took a little bit of my hedges off just to kind of battle out to kind of, I want to basically size out of my shorts on the down moves and my longs on the up moves here into the close, because I don't want to be caught with my pants down on earnings, because that's what I do, guys. That's what I do. I size up. I let it creep up on me during the day. So I'm trying to do the opposite. Today, or this week, is a very focused learning week. All right, so we got a big candle. Glad we took some off. And now we watch, see how it interacts with the prior swing high. If we're bullish here, then we should sweep this prior swing high and make a little W there. If so, then this is a flag. If not, we can just keep on wicking down and rejecting further. So we keep the majority of the hedge on. I'm still net net short just a tiny bit, trying to get to that delta neutral so my longs can outperform the shorts against the general market, because you know what, I like my stocks. That's why. Oh, Talk, did you see Miss Cleo? She's bouncing around somewhere back here. She was hyper earlier, so now she's sleepy. Willie's 100% in cash, looking for a dip to redeploy. I like it. In SpaceX or in the market as a whole? Let's see, a few minutes back here. Let me catch up with the comments. The family fund backed SpaceX, Tesla, and Palantir calls and shares last will. Congratulations, Talk. Sounds like you're having a good week. Love to see it, dude. Yeah, lots of winners in the room, in the chat, in my chat as well. We've been seeing a lot of big winners here, so you love to see it. It also makes me just a little bit antsy. Why? Because I'm a head case, guys. Let's be real. Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. In fact, I think that we're going higher overall. Let's look at some hourly charts. What are we seeing on SOXL? To me, this looks like a flag that wants to squeeze. Could it be something wonky? Could it need to come down again? Yeah, absolutely. It's been messing with us, right? It's been looking like it wants to catch multiple times, and this is the first time that it's starting to feel kind of constructive. We got our double bottom, and now we're flagging a potential handle of a cup and handle kind of thing. See what I'm saying? Little one of them there things. Consider that a higher low, double bottom as well if you like. Qs stronger, of course, coming into their neckline and just acting right. And a nice volatility contraction pattern. What I'd really love, one more little pullback like here. And then we have a nice, really bullish kind of flag to boom, surge out of, boom, come on up to this 750 is what I'd like. Sweep this liquidity. That's what I'd really like to see. But you don't always get what you like, huh? What else we got? Risk reward wise, short optics looks interesting. Yeah, let's look at it. It's like, yeah. It's the top of a megaphone. Why not come down at least halfway? At least come back to 900. I think we set our alerts there for a potential rebuy. Maybe it comes down and gives us the 850 again. That was juicy this morning. That was a really nice trade this morning. I got to brag, guys. I know I'd said it already on stream, but chef's kiss, mamma mia. Sold my light on the morning. I knew I wanted over 900 because it looked so strong into 900 when I woke up, when I was waiting. And SOXL out the lows there, out the bottom. All right, my equity curve's flat, so that means I don't touch things. I don't need to catch the short. This is what we'll be talking about on tomorrow's call-in show, by the way. How to assuage the FOMO, how to address that FOMO. I want to catch every single move, guys. It's a sickness. I'm a sick dog. I don't know what to tell you. I want to catch everything, but I don't need to. So I got to keep telling myself that. I got the hedge on, and that's all right. HTZ moving? HTZ, do we got a little giddy up in the truck? Okay, I like it. Pushing up out of the flag. I'll set an alert if it loses our entry. We're in at 277, I think, 276, something like that, right over this point of control. Got to clear some indicators. TradingView, sponsor me. I need the bigger subscription. I keep having to cancel all these. I need more alerts. Look a brother up. Come on. We're a little too zoomed in. A little too. Got our binoculars on. Let's zoom out a little bit. 5 minutes are fine. All right, I got to actually catch up on this chat. We're moving fast here. Jonathan Spencer in the house. Can you take a quick look at FCX and GDX? Absolutely. I like both of those names. We can talk those in a sec. Hold on. I'm going to make a little list on the side here. FCX, GDX. We're going to catch up on comments. Then we're going to rock and roll here. DRAM. Got an alert. Coming down. Just barely. DRAM's still looking like a flag on a flag to me. I buy these patterns, so. Relative strength compared to SOXL. What else am I in? I'm in Dell. That's got, beautiful relative strength, guys. Dell is such a monstrous chart. Guys, I'm telling you. Reclaim the pivot. Let's go. Break the downtrend line. Let's go. I got in. This is such a mean one, guys. Everybody's in this, so they're shaking the tree so hard. These choppy ass wicks are horrible, guys. Horrible. 13% range, what do? You get stopped out. That's what. If you're not buying into these moving averages, you're cooked. So they got me the first time. I got in here on the strength of the closing candle. We got the pop. I thought it was going to do the thing. It did not. It started to come down. I got out for a very small gain. Came back here though. Fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. I'm going to buy this 9-day moving average right there. The close at, what was it? 440. Yeah, 440. Got the nice little Christmas present overnight. And I'm holding the one share because that's it. One share. I'm not a big baller, but I am holding this thing with both hands because it's so strong. Look at that. Socks going down. Dell doesn't care. Don't care at all. All right, so we got FCX, GDX on tabs, on the menu. I don't know what I'm saying. Catching up on comments. TSLL, absolutely, Benetta. Good to see you. How you doing? How's your day going? We making money? We got a little bottom wick on SOXL. Time for me to take a little bit off the table here, maybe? We'll wait until it closes a candle over the 9-minute moving average, then we'll take some more off. But this feels so good, guys. Selling hedges for profit. Heck yeah, that's what they're there for. All right, there we go. Out a little bit more. Assuming this candle closes, but it looks pretty strong, so I got finger on the trigger here. Yeah, I'm just going to take the trim off here because I do think that we go up. I do think that we go up overall. I do think that it wants to do a messy, somewhere a bottom, somewhere in here. That's what I'd like to see. But this could totally be double top. So I am hedging my bets here. So now I put the alert underneath here. Now I'd say I'm ever so slightly biased long. Yep. Looks like my equity curve ticking up just a tiny bit here on the push up. So this is just kind of roughly how I can gauge, like where I'm supposed to be in terms of positioning. Could I be wrong? Could we just smash back down and I wish I kept that hedge on? Yeah, but it's also not I'm teaching myself it's not the end of the world if my shares just go down because they're shares. And just because they go down a little bit, just because my money goes down a little bit doesn't actually mean anything. All right, we want Tesla. We want Tesla. Tesla's looking good. It looks like a higher low here. This one's been inversing the market overall, hasn't it? Kinda. Definitely way weaker. So we could see relative strength back into Tesla. I like it here. And I like the Tesla long. We call her Tesla here. I don't know why, but I don't know. I named my Tesla Leslie. I don't even have a Tesla. But if I did, I would. What am I talking about? I don't know, guys. It's been a weird day. It's been a weird day. Q's still coming down a little bit. SOXL, are you fading too? Fading the little pop that we sold some hedges on? Yeah. I should have waited for the candle to close. That probably would have kept me in that little tranche. But hey, somehow my port's still ticking up. So I don't know. Maybe we are bottoming still. We'll find out. Either way, we're going to let the idea play out here. Going to let it play out. So Tesla, I like it. I like the Tesla. We can also look at the 4-hour here. But here's what we're going to do. I'm going to game the system here, guys. Wait, hold on. I just had the most genius idea. No, I will not pay you $30 a month for 4 charts. I do not think I will. Look at that. Oh, that's why we take the hedge off, boys. All right. All right. All right. All right. Big candle, big pops. Okay. Q's far left. We got Dell in the middle there. SPY, I'll change these up, but a big pop there. Question is, does it hold? We wait for this candle to close in 15 seconds. If it does, then I take one more chunk of the hedge off, and we let our runners run. We let our eagles fly. That being said, big top wick. That's why I'm waiting. I don't like it. Scary with this high volume. Spooky. Was that a tweet or something? Not seeing anything yet. I'll keep tabs. Okay, now it's starting to look a little healthier. We'll keep watching. Let's see. We got FCX and GDX on deck here. Cleo's eating. I can hear her crunching, Crow. She'll be coming in. Don't worry. So on the left side, we'll do SPY and QQQ so we can keep track of indices. Then we'll have our fun on the right side. And let me know if these charts are too small. We can go back to the 2, but I kind of like this. It's kind of groovy. DRAM trying again. Might nibble some more DRAM. I grabbed 5 shares. I needed a little more on the table there. Let's see. Hey, Adrian in the house. Very nice. You like the Bloom short? That's scary, dude. You got giant cojones. Let's take a look at that. I'm not touching my shares. I've decided that I got in so nicely at 160. I don't even care. It's the tiniest. Guys, this is embarrassing. It's 3 shares. I have 3 shares of Bloom, but it's at 160. So I'm not touching them. I keep waiting to add, and I missed it like twice because I was too antsy because I was like, I can't add this much higher up. If I'm wrong, it takes one red day, and then I'm back to break even on an amazing entry. But you know what? Scared money don't make no money. I should have just done the trick, done the ticket. Let's go here. Check out a 5-minute chart to Reno. Still looks like a higher low. Still looks potentially like a squeezy play. Sorry, it's a short. I don't care, Crow. Good. I want to buy more. I have 4 shares. Leave me alone. What else do we got? FCX. FCX messed with me yesterday. Loves to do this thing where it looks really strong overnight and then copper futures just decide to get beat for some reason. It trades often more with copper futures than the market, so that's something to watch for there. The ticker is HG for those copper futes, and it's important to watch those. Let's take a quick peek, quick gander back at our chips. So I think that's what we were looking for, right? The breakout back test. It could have been the double top. We never know until we see the big candle, and that was a big candle. Big candle, big candle. What's up, dog? What's up, Lou? Wilson Lou? How you doing, man? Smoke Tuna in the house. And Tacitus, everybody's here. Hey, awesome stuff. Hey, let's see, you still need to get on there and get my free eval account figured out. It's been super busy. Yeah, I've been wondering where you've been at. Hope everything's going well. Hope everything is going just great. We're cooking over here. We're getting some work done. Let me be ready to get my hedge back on here if I need to. It ain't acting right, is it? Q's actually under VWAP. I want to see where this candle closes, and I might just put the hedge right back on and call it a day. Hang out with you guys. Not need to make any more money here. We'll watch this candle close. 30 seconds here. Got to stay on topic for 30 seconds, and then we can look at some other charts here. Pretty heavy. Better. Please hold. Please hold. 3, 2, 1. Strong on everything but chips, which is what we're in. Makes it a little bit trickier. A little bit weaker now. How you guys think? How you guys feeling? Look at a 5-minute chart. Was that enough of a catch? Obviously, if we lose the low, I have to put the hedge back on. It's starting to look like we're going to. All right. I'm going to grab just a little more so I don't have to chase that hedge down. And remember, the goal for me here is to just go flat, delta neutral, so I can hang out with y'all. And that should do it. Alrighty. So let's see if we hold the lows. Let's see if we rock and roll here. We're going to look at GDX next. There's some alerts going off. And that is off the sweep of the low, which means we would have had to get back into our hedge anyway. Break a structure. I thought we got the breakout backtest, guys. Pretty sneaky. Pretty sneaky. But hey, I'd rather make money than be right. That being said, let's look at BOXL. Wow, all right, still rocking here. This was one that Josh called out earlier today, so congratulations, anybody following him. He was saying 430 was the bounce play. He was sniping these bottom areas here. Beautiful. Now starting to see a little bit more unwind on the indices. All right, if you're going to flush it out, flush it out. Get it over with. Yo, Tyler in the house. What's going on? What's going on? What is shaking? Give me 1 second here, guys. We're going to hang out for about 10 more minutes, talk your charts, and then we're going to get into a really fun earnings presentation. I got some good stuff for you. We got Coherent, we got Cisco, we got Enovix, the battery company. We got some fun stuff. We got some fun stuff for sure. Okay, I'd like to see SPY tag their VWAP at this point. I think that might be what we're reaching for. SPY could still be a breakout backtest. It could still hold that and tag the VWAP. So that's an area I'd like to check out. Adrian started a small position in Intel at 100. We will see. Okay. Some of my swing trader friends are starting to buy chips too. That makes me feel better. BZ shorting Boxel. You're looking at Boxel. I'm trading Soxel. All the Oxels. Boxel very strong. It's fun to say too. So that's always a little plus. Still looking great here as long as it holds this 9-minute moving average. You know when we saw Boxel last time, what it did? No, I don't. Enlighten me, Smoke Tuna. What's up, RKP? What do I think about gold? I like it. I'm in it. I'm in gold from a few days ago, and I'm scared. I'm expecting to get blown out, so it's a small position. I'd love a big red day so I can add and not feel bad about being a coward and only getting a little bit. I have a little bit of gold. And that brings us into our next chart here, GDXU. We're going to look at this one. That's what you want to... not you. You don't care about the triple leverage. That's just what I was trading earlier. Ignore me. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? I think it's still okay. It still is trying to hold this for a squeeze. I still like gold. I'm still in gold. I have a stop under the low of yesterday. GDX, I think, is not a bad place to be. Give me one sec. Interesting to see this relative weakness in chips after quite a good day. So we'll see how this plays out, and then in about 5 minutes we're going to switch over to the other thing. Any other charts while we're here? All right, just signed into the TTP account. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Careful, a lot of momentum on BE. Probably still runs if the NeoCloud basket runs. Yeah, they're cooking, right? They are cooking, no doubt there. So what are we seeing? What are we seeing around the horn? I'm wondering if I take some money off of Nokia. What do you think, guys? I think I might be a little oversized in Nokia here. I'm going to trim a little bit. It was a good day. I don't want to get too crazy. Always good to have some cash in the bank. Sold half of my Nokia position there. I'm just doing some housekeeping here. Clearing up some cash just in case we get any juicy dips to buy. And I don't want to be stressed. GNRC, Generac, okay. I have a starter off the VWAP, and I just haven't looked at it. So it's up probably 10, 15%, 20%. I'm clicking the wrong charts. This is what I do. I just, not off of VWAP, off of the 200-day moving average. I sniped. Gave this one to our community because it was a beautiful chart here. Let's go. Like, yeah. Look at the weekly. This is why I was in. Look at that clean level here. This is such a pretty chart, isn't it? What a beautiful chart. So yes, I think I will. At 198 off the back test and reclaim of the 200-day. Mamma mia. Yeah, it wasn't technically the 200. It was this. It was 205. I mean, realistically, it was probably 207. I think 207 is my cost basis. I can check. But yeah, feeling good. No, I'm actually realizing, let me double check. I think I want to say I'm in 198. Was it off the 50 week? I got some alert, and I think I front ran it. That's why I only bought like a share. Yeah, I have one share. Let me just check. 207.52. I'm sorry, what did I say? I'm going crazy. 197.52. I was like, wait, that's up here again. Yeah, 197.52. So I was buying it right under the 50 week. Yeah, I like this one. I want to see what it can do. If it can get over last week's little wick up there at 227, I think we're really in business. Looking great intraday. I'd like to see one pullback. But beautiful chart, right? On the high time frame. And that's where it's just fat pitches, guys. Just I know day trading's so much fun. I do it every day. But you can't keep your eye, or you got to keep your eye on the prize, right? You got to wait for these really big fat pitches, and then you just hit the ball, you know. Mattel asking about app loving. Yeah, let's talk app loving. App loving it. Let's see. Oh, not good today. Oh no. That looks bad, guys. I wouldn't touch this with somebody else's money. What do you think, Cleo? Oh, she's a fighter. Come here. Okay. She's clinging onto her cat tree. What's up with you? Can you guys see her? Oh, there she is. Say hi. Oh, you're sleepy. All right, I'll stop bugging her. That's Cleo. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think Cleo likes it either. This thing needs to prove itself. Why not come down to, I mean, watch it in a 300, see if it finds some buyers, but it probably needs 200. At least the 200 week here at 233. I would not buy dips on app. It looks like words I shouldn't say on TV. It looks bad. Looks stinky is what I would say. Yeah, not a fan. Good afternoon, Rick Knight. How's it going? What are we up to? Give a shout out to Simogokaya. Welcome. Let me know how to say your name. Let me know. I know I'm butchering it here, but we really appreciate you. I saw you one other time though, and you were saying some interesting stuff. Sounds like you know what you're doing. So welcome to the community. Always good to have you. Steve Canyon, by the way, asking Steve. What's up, Steve? Steve asking me, have you seen EROC and QNT? No, I haven't. Brother, hell yeah. You're always bringing me new stuff. I never does somebody come in here and give me two tickers I've never heard of. Quantinium. Oh, was this the IPO? Very, very strong weekly. Wow. That's a wake-up candle right there. All right, it's going on the focus list. Got to watch this for maybe a nice high over regular volume there. Just take a look at it. No judging me for my horribly busy list there. Really quick, we getting a bounce. Oops. I'm flailing, guys. Ah. Oh, no. No bounce yet. Oh, no. All right. Glad we hedged. Because I was like, I'm making money. I don't know if I'm net long or short right now. It's kind of like, it's pretty close to delta neutral, so I was surprised. So I guess my longs are holding up. I want to monetize some of this SOXL into VWAP here. Let me look at SOXS, which is what I'm actually long. See, okay, that is actually over its VWAP. So let me get ready here. Please hold. All right. Focus. I'll start tranching out just a little bit. Took a quarter off. I don't know why. I should have waited for my level. Just because I'm staring at it, I suppose. Take another quarter off at VWAP, and then I will wait and see what happens at VWAP. That's responsible, right? That's responsible. Responsibility. Do I trade penny stocks? Am I allowed to say no if I'm holding calls on HTZ? I saw the bottom wick. Close enough for me. Close enough for government work. We keep half the short on. Nice little win there. That is a 2% gain on the SOXL. I'm sorry, XOXX. SOXS. Jeez, that's hard to say. So what is that? Almost caught this whole little move here. Probably got in right there. Took it there. Yep, 1.779. All right, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. You capture the 80%. Now we see if it bounces or not. If it doesn't, if it goes out the bottom, I'll add it back, I guess. I don't know if I'll have to though. Okay, guys, it is 12:30. I'm going to, well, 3:30 your time. I'm going to head on over to the other stream. So just bear with me 1, 2, 3 minutes, something like that. Something like that. And then we will be right back with the earnings stream. What's up, Chemalife? Hold on. I got to give my boy some flowers here because he gave me, he bought me lunch today. Bought me a nice succulent Chinese dinner, succulent Chinese meal with, with Babcock and Wilcox. The double Cox. I always call it Babcox and Wilson. Anyways, we did a thing. This is his idea. I just followed because it sounded very fun. I didn't even really think it was going to work. I'll be honest with you, ChemLife. I love this company, but my fundamental analyst over here, Mr. ChemLife, he told me, they got punished for something. I don't even remember, to be honest. Don't shoot me. It doesn't matter, though. It came right back to support. That's what I saw. And then end of day, saw a little bit of life. And he said, I bet 10 call lottos, 10 strike lottos, those could be fun, right? Those could hit. Well, boom. 10-13 this morning, 9% move overnight. Those were a double. Easy little double there. So appreciate you, ChemLife. Appreciate you for that one. And now we also bought shares on the dip in the morning, too. So we will shake hands successfully there because up about 6% on those shares already. Love this name too. They're really cool. They are retrofitting old coal burning facilities as to nuclear data centers, or at least nuclear facilities. I think everything is a data center thing. Anyways, it's very cool. It'll power data centers. Regardless, very cool company that I need to actually do more research on now that it's back in my portfolio. Yes, shake hands. Yes, absolutely. Like the gentlemen we are. We did a business. We did a nice business or two. And back to the business factory. We're spending long days at the business factory, the long day factory. It's good to get the payoff, pay the trader there. All right, let's see. Let's get back into the nitty-gritty. And I will be hopping over to the other stream in just a second. Just had to shout out my boy. What's up here? Oh, there's the VWAP tap and bounce. VWAP tap and bounce. Are we done? I keep clicking the wrong chart. There we go. Pretty close. All right, we set the alert over that last big candle. And hey, get back there. Yo. What's going on? My alert will not alert. And it won't delete. Trading view. Get it together. There we go. Okay. All right, guys. E-Rock jumping out of base. Then I really got to get going to the other stream. But don't worry. You don't have to move. I will be right back in a jiffy. But E-Rock, it's interesting. Jumping out of a higher time frame base, I suppose. Ooh, Nokia going down after we trimmed. We like this. E-Rock. Big move. Let's watch what it does into these wicks. 1383. Yeah, especially that 1388. 1393 kind of node. Call it 14. Through 14, this thing rocks to, I think, 18. In a straight line, perhaps. Very strong. I do like it. All right, guys, I'm getting distracted. We're going to hop on out just for a moment. Don't you turn that dial. We'll be back in a flash. Thanks so much, and see you in a sec.